There we go. Let me get that up. There we go. Cheese Wheel Enthusiast. Dude, nice name. What up? So I have a new setup. I have a second monitor now. Let me lower these blinds. That's probably pretty bright. Oh. Sorry, I'm sorry, muted, guys. My lady just brought me some pizza. Um, but yeah, how's it going, guys? I got the new document here. I got some dinner delivered. That was awesome. Let me show us the pizza. Here we go. Yeah, it's just frozen pizza. It's nothing crazy. Um, she spruced it up with some Parmesan and stuff. It's delicious. Pizza and ranch. Um, all I've eaten today is like lemon loaves and cinnamon loaves, and then so now I need pizza. I need food. Um, but the document came out, and I wanted to go live so we could read it together. Oh yeah, that's great. Thank you. Ooh, no, that's great. Thank you. That's fine. She is a hero. She is the most wonderful woman I've ever met. If it wasn't for her, I'd be dead, literally. Um, I know you guys came here for the document, but fun fact: about 2 years ago, I had what they call a minor cardiac event, and I'm a registered in-home caregiver. And I was like, I think I need to go to the hospital because I knew I was having some kind of cardiac event. And she drove me to the. I would like refuse to get. I was about to like drive myself because I refused to get an ambulance, and she drove my ass to the hospital and literally saved my life. Um, but yeah, she's literally a hero. She's wonderful, and now she brings me pizza, so it's chill. Um, but yeah, let's get to the document. Um, she feeds the line holders. She does. She brings us all pizza. So this is actually pretty interesting. So this is the defendant's motion for relief from the initial disclosures deadline and for a protective order to stay discovery pending resolution of motion to dismiss. So what this is saying, maybe hold off on the pizza? No way, dude, I need the pizza. Um I am a vegetarian now though. I'm a vegetarian. I used to smoke a lot. I vape like low or no nicotine now to like quit smoking. Um Yeah, I watch like my pizza. The pizza is like my treat. Do I have a legal background? So I do not. I have a research background. I went to school for environmental science, but I do have friends and family friends who are lawyers, and I um, helped my friend's mom as a paralegal, and she got her license, her paralegal license, maybe 15 years ago, 15, 16 years ago, and I helped her study for that because I was thinking about going into that field before like before college. Um, I wanted to go into environmental law, but then I heard how terrible environmental law is for a lot of people. You basically don't get paid like ever. And usually, if you want to make money as an environmental lawyer, you end up working for the bad guys. So I skipped that and went to school for environmental science instead. Um, so I have a little bit of understanding of the law because I have friends who are legal experts. I have uh, I have studied for paralegal work, helped other people study for paralegal work, and I know a lot about contracts because I've owned a small business for 11 years. Um, so I am pretty well versed in dense documents, yeah, and legalese. So I've actually written contracts that were used. My mom used to be a interior designer for hospitals, and I used to write her contracts, and she would then have like a paralegal or a lawyer look them over, and they would make small adjustments, but I could actually write a pretty decent contract. I wouldn't advise having me write contracts unless you needed them for free. Um, I'm like better than the average person at that kind of stuff, but I wouldn't recommend it. She just needed a free contract, so I helped her. But yeah, I've like written this kind of stuff before. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a legal anybody. I went to school a little bit for it, and then I stopped because my my it was my professor that really changed my mind. At first I wanted to go to cooking school. Professor said don't become a cook unless you want to die poor. I wanted to do graphic design. My graphic design teacher basically said the same thing as my um, culinary arts teacher, my cooking teacher, and then I was like, fuck it, I'll get into environmental law. And the environmental law teacher was like, don't get into environmental law unless you're okay and comfortable working for Evil Corp. And I was like, well, shit, what can I do that's in that same vein? Either something that's creative or something that can be helpful, but like I can still keep my morals. Um, and it was actually the environmental law professor was like, you should probably go with environmental science because those are the people that actually help help create regulations and stuff. So that's what I did. But yeah, so yeah, there's more new documents. So I do have a little bit of background in this. I'm pretty decent at research. Like basically, I know how to read, I know how to write, and I have a lot of patience. That's me. Um, But yeah, so this is a defendant's motion for relief from the initial disclosures and deadline for a protective order to stay discovery pending resolution of motion to dismiss. So this basically is Iron Mace asking for, hey, I don't want to get into discovery until this motion to dismiss is resolved, right? So this is kind of questionable, but I want to see what it says. And just a warning, I am pretty hungry, so I might dig into this pizza in a little bit. But yeah, oh, there's 35 people here. Yeah, there's more new documents. Let me pull this up. I have a second monitor now, so I can read comments. So this is a little odd. This is Iron Mace trying to ask the courts to stay discovery, basically put a hold on discovery. Yeah, and discovery is where you have to present all your evidence. So this is kind of weird. I used to have two monitors, Kevin, and then it broke. My second one broke, and I have no idea why. It was like a 17.5-inch mobile monitor, basically like a laptop monitor, but without the laptop part. And it was like 144 hertz, gaming laptop monitor or gaming monitor that was portable, and you could charge it with USB-C. So it was pretty rad, and it had remotes and stuff. I'd bring it on trips with me. My computer's actually the size of a PlayStation, so my whole setup is like mobile, but it's also super. It's like my computer will smoke a PlayStation. But yeah, let's get into the document. So an introduction and relief requested, relevant background, legal standards. Okay. I mean, this makes sense. This is fairly common. This is like why should we have to do all of this work and pay our lawyers all this money? Um. Oh heck yeah, Cody, that's rad. I love to hear it. So Andrew, the purpose of this document and them asking for a stay on discovery is it's pretty common if there's a dismissal that happens or a request for a dismissal, because think about it, like they want to save as much money as possible on lawyers and fees, and they want to save court time and everything. Why would they pay all of their lawyers a bunch of money to go through discovery if it ends up getting dismissed anyway? You know, it's just a waste of money. It's a waste of the court's time. It's a waste of like disk space, and it's a waste of space and time and money and everything for everybody involved. Because it not only wastes their money, they'll probably say this in this motion, like, "Hey, let's put the discovery on hold until early case conference happens, and we actually see if this case is moving forward or not. Let's not waste everybody's time, right?" So, yeah, let's get right into it. Introduction and requested relief. Defendants Iron Mace Co. Limited, Mr. Choi, Mr. Park, collectively defendants, respectfully ask the court to vacate or stay the initial disclosures deadline and to stay discovery pending the resolution of defendant's motion to dismiss on grounds of forum nonconvenience. Defendant's FNC motion raises only questions of law, and if granted, would dispose of this entire action in favor of the existing proceedings already underway in Korea. Exactly. So this case might get shut down. Why give you all of this evidence? The requested stay will not result in any prejudice to the plaintiff, as this case has just begun and discovery is not required for the resolution of the FNC motion. So you don't really need any evidence from Korea to decide a motion of nonconvenience, because all you have to do is look at the two jurisdictions and see which one's more appropriate, right? So it's not gonna. So the dismissal doesn't rely on discovery, is their argument. So, and it won't affect Nexon. Not having discovery now won't affect Nexon in any way. And then while the FNC motion is under consideration, the parties should not be required to expend the substantial resources that would be required to prepare initial disclosures or subsequent discovery responses, both of which would be uniquely expensive and burdensome in this case. Exactly what I just said. As explained in the FNC motion, because this case solely involves activities in Korea by Korean nationals, and nearly all relevant documents are in the Korean language, extensive and costly foreign language translations will be required in order to investigate and prepare fulsome initial disclosures and discovery responses. So it's going to cost a bunch of money because everything's in Korea, we're in Korea, all the witnesses are in Korea, the experts are in Korea, everything's in Korea. Yeah. So, as such, good cause exists for the court to stay discovery and stay or vacate the initial disclosures deadline pending resolution of the FNC motion. So, this is basically asking them to put the initial disclosures deadline on hold, which is, I think, the August 23rd deadline. It's either the August 23rd or the August... There's another one in early August, like August 3rd or something. It's one of those two deadlines. I'd have to go look at another document. So what they're asking for is, like, basically, let's put this entire case on hold for discovery purposes. Put everything on hold until we have the early case conference and we figure out what's going to happen from here on out. Like, if this case is even going to go forward. What up, Bert? My cat would like my attention. So this lawsuit brought by a Korean video game publisher, Nexon, against two former Nexon employees who are Korean nationals and their Korean startup, alleging that the two employees left to form a company. Show cat? Birdie, where are you? Are you still under my chair? Yeah, she's right here. Come here, Bird. My friends want to see you. She's a good girl. Her name's Bird, and she hunts birds. Birdie, you want to go up on your perch? Here you go. I made her a little perch so she could sit on the windowsill. Here, I gotta open this a little bit for her. There you go, bird. Yeah, she's a good cat. There you go. Now you guys can see her while she hangs out. She's a good kitty. She's loud, 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 loud. So the early case conferences, I believe it's on the 26th of this month. So they're basically asking like, hey, please don't make us give any any information until at least the 26th, right? Until we actually figure out what's going on. Sorry, I am starving and I don't want my pizza to get cold. Who is they? Iron Mace? Iron Mace is asking for the court to basically hold off on discovery. Yeah, I didn't plan for this. All this stuff just dropped on court listeners, so I was like, I wasn't even planning on streaming today, but this is rad. So yeah, all of our hopes and dreams rely on the 26th. Katie, no, it's not really. It's not really that weird. This stuff's pretty normal. It's to save money and time, right? 1 minute of cat while I eat my pizza. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna chow down on this pizza real quick. I'll let you guys watch my cat for a minute. It's cheese pizza, Connor. Uh, she doesn't like bread, but she loves carne asada. She like every time I go get burritos, she's like all up in my lap trying to eat my burrito. And yes, she is a solid line holder. She There was a live stream where she started screaming every time I said the word Nexon. It was pretty funny. Yeah, no, she won't eat bread at all. Okay, I'm back. I chowed that. Hopefully I don't have a bunch of ranch in my beard. There we go. How far off is my game from early access? I'm trying to have it done by like a very, very, very small, like up to 50-person, 50-person test on like a small like Steam dev server, or maybe like a game servers server, by the end of this year. So hopefully sometime in December. I have a roadmap on my in my Discord, but yeah, I have a community Discord as well. And then if I do early, like it's not really early access. It's more of like a kind of what Dark and Darker did, but way more, but way smaller. I'm just gonna leave a server up for like basically forever. And then if it catches on and people like it, and I get some money, I have a publisher who's actually I used to work with, I would say, CoatSync and they weren't really my employers, but I used to help them out, doing PAX West and stuff, and them and Thunderful. But yeah, so sorry. But yeah, so they might, hopefully, if everything looks good and tests go well, then they might publish my game, which would be great. But I'm going to do everything basically up until like pre-alpha up by myself and with a small team of friends. I have some friends that work at NASA doing algorithms for low Earth orbit drones, and they help me do some of the coding stuff. But yeah, about the document. Talking about me. So this document is basically Iron Maid saying, "Hey, court, can you make it so we don't have to send a bunch of money or spend a bunch of money on discovery and paperwork and files and send all this stuff by delaying discovery until after we know if the case is going to be dismissed or not." But yeah, so that's what this document is about. Lawyers, time, money, like they just don't want to deal with it until at least they know if the case is dismissed or not. And this is like super common in the case of dismissals, especially in cases of dismissals like this where the reason for like their ask for the dismissal has nothing to do with discovery. It's just all a jurisdiction issue. It has nothing to do with the evidence or anything. So it makes sense that they're asking for this right now. And they couldn't have asked for this until after Nexon responded and gave their declarations and stuff and basically said, we don't accept the dismissal. So that's why it came out 3 days after Nexon's objection to dismissal. What are the chances of this case getting dismissed? I put them at about 50-50. I am not... I can't really decide one way or the other. And I've talked to lawyers a little bit. I'm kind of waiting on making my next video. I'll probably actually make a video about this before I make a video about the last set of documents, because the last set of documents has so much confusing language and so much weird stuff in it that it's hard to tell whether Nexon's argument is actually valid or not, because they leave so much information out, and they put there's like 3 good points, but they're buried under a lot of nonsense and BS. And even my friends who are lawyers are like, this is a very intentionally misleading and confusing document. So they're taking a while to sift through it as well. It's going to be hard to just make an easy summary of that. So that one might take a little bit longer. I might do a video on this tonight, because this is going to be a little bit easier to understand. And I don't want to get up on camera and make just like a blatant opinion and be like, yep, uh, dismissal's going to go through. I hope and I want the dismissal to happen. Um, but like, there was like 2 or 3 points in Nexon's document that were pretty valid and might have some legs, but you have to compare that to the bigger picture and look at the wording exactly. So like you have to go through like it's what like 100 pages of documentation with a fine tooth comb. So it's hard for me to say on that. This is like 17 pages. I could make a video about this tonight, you know, especially since it's pretty. This is pretty run of the mill, normal. This is standard stuff. So even if the case doesn't get dismissed, good question, John. If the case doesn't get dismissed, as long as they get a favorable ruling in the preliminary injunction hearing, then the early access could still go forward, especially if they get a favorable decision in Korea. But yeah, so this is a lawsuit brought by a Korean video game publisher, Nexon, against 2 former Nexon employees and their Korean startup, alleging that the 2 former employees left from a competing company, which they allege unlawfully used Nexon trade secrets and infringed its copyrights to create Iron Mace's flagship video game, Dark and Darker. The parties are already engaged in litigation over identical issues in Korea. All of the witnesses with knowledge of Nexon's allegations both work and reside in Korea. All of the relevant documents are in Korean and are almost exclusively written in Korean. The agreements underlying Nexon's claims also contain broad mandatory choices of forum clauses requiring resolution of disputes in Korea. As such, defendants filed a motion for dismiss. So this is the background part of the case. Seeking to have the case dismissed on forum nonconvenience grounds. On June 28th, 2023, the court issued its order reinitial disclosures, joint status report, early settlement, setting forth deadlines for the parties, Rule 26, conference initial disclosure, and Rule 26, joint status report. Legal standard. So this is the argument itself. I'm the best investigator. Yeah, like I said before, I know how to read. I know how to read documents like this. Reading scientific journals is the same way. And that's kind of what I went to school. That's what I went to school for, was environmental science. So, and I wanted to get into law before I figured out that environmental lawyers don't make a lot of money unless you work for the bad guys. Yeah, John, it is good. I mean, so if the injunction hearing goes in Nexon, or if the injunction hearing goes in Iron Mace's favor, the most likely scenario, in my opinion, is if the case moves forward. Yes, Eric, this is the relief. So I seem well connected. I had the unique experience of growing up. I guess I'll just be honest. I grew up poor in a very, very wealthy, in one of the wealthiest communities on the planet. so, so I had a very unique experience. My childhood was very weird. Um, yeah, I grew up super poor, but in an ultra rich neighborhood. Half my friends were also super poor, and then the other half of my friends were like super super wealthy, and they went on to become doctors and lawyers and all that good stuff. No, Orange County, California, like Mission Viejo, Laguna Niguel, Dana Point area. So Southern California, very affluent. It's like where a lot of super famous people buy. There's this neighborhood specifically where a lot of really really wealthy people. Heck yeah, I'd go over to the rich kids, use all their toys. Yeah, they had all kinds of cool stuff. Pools, like trampolines, N64, PlayStation, all that stuff. I got my first computer was like a hand me down from some rich kid. Yeah, some rich kid got like he got a brand new computer and he just gave me his old one. Um, oh, nice, Connor. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool area. Um, saw a lot of crazy stuff living in that type of environment. Um, but yeah, it also gave me access to a lot of like the funny thing is the people who actually work for NASA were like my poor friends. They went to school for um, computer science and stuff like that. Well, thanks, John. So yeah, I mean, in my opinion, things look pretty good. Is that light bothering you? Is that crazy? Sorry. I wonder if I could. Ah, there we go. Boom. Is that better? I have terrible lighting in this room because the lights are behind me. So I do have a white wall, so it reflects. But I need to get those. I need to up my game, man. I need to get the like backlights, and I'm using my phone as a camera. My second monitor is like an old 27-inch TV from literally 2010. I think it's 720p. um, this is like a $25 headset from Target. Like my streaming setup is hilarious, but yeah. So this document is pretty standard. It's not really going to impact too much. If anything, if this is approved, it's gonna save Iron Mace a bunch of time and money. And it's pretty standard that they filed this. This is to be expected. Um, so the court has the power to stay or extend the deadlines for initial disclosures if there is good cause to do so. So that's Fed R Civ. So a pending motion. So this is the ruling, not the ruling, but the actual legal code. A pending motion to dismiss that could dispose of the entire action constitutes good cause. CEG New World Medical Medicine Incorporated versus Microsurgical Tech Incorporated. Whatever. Now is it quoted? MD Wash, February. Okay, holding a good. Yeah, it is. Okay, so holding a good cause exists to extend initial disclosure deadlines where the potential case could be dismissed. Vacating initial disclosure deadlines. Yeah, perfect. Boom. So the decision was based on exactly what they want. See also Petit Almin granting stay of initial disclosure deadlines until resolution of pending motion to dismiss was the outcome. United States versus Novacorp. Same. So yeah, they cite like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cases where the exact same thing happened. Yeah. So my name. This is so essentially what happened is the timeline is Iron Mace files for dismissal. There's a certain window of time where Nexon has to file a response or the dismissal is automatically granted. So they waited until the last minute to file the response. Then they filed their response, and then there's a window where Iron Mace can file a motion after their response, and this is the motion they filed. Oh, cheese. This is it. This is the document. Are you going to read the attachment to this newest court listener document? Yeah. So this is the document. And if there's anything else, I'll read that too. Let me see if there is. So right now there's just the one file. Oh no, there's an attachment. It's only 30 cents. Yeah, I'll buy it. Oh no, it's $1.17. Hmm. There we go. I bought it. Uh. Oh. Hold on. Who wrote this? Let me open this up. This what we're reading not now might be completely breaking news. This document might be more important. Order granting defendant's motion for relief from the initial disclosure deadline and from a protective order to stay discovery pending resolution of motion to dismiss. So that might have been granted. Oh snap! Breaking news! Iron Mace saves a bunch of money. Um, Hold on. Let me make sure before. That's what it sounds like, but I want to read this before that's the breaking news. Um, this matter comes before the court on the defendant's motion for relief from the initial, because it says propose. Uh, Relief from the initial disclosures deadline for a protective order to stay discovery pending resolution of motion to dismiss, filed the defendants Iron Mace, Mr. Coe, and Terrence Park. The court, having considered the motion and the papers filed in support of and in opposition to the motion, hereby grants the motion for the reasons set forth in the defendant's motion. The court, having considered the motion and the papers filed in support of and in opposition to the motion, hereby grants the motion for the reasons set forth in the defendant's motion. The clerks are directed to vacate the initial disclosures deadline set in the above captioned action. Any subsequent discovery is hereby stayed, meaning on hold, until after resolution of pending defendants. Motion to dismiss on the grounds of forum nonconvenience. It is so ordered, dated. Oh, it's not signed. No. It's not signed. So, damn. So, it's not signed or dated. Shit. So, presented by. Who's Michael E. Shate? Oh, it's presented by Aaron J. Moss. We still hold. So basically, what this is. So this is one of two things. I need to talk to a lawyer. So this is my assumption. But it seems to me like this is either written by Michael E. Shate, who works for Savitt, Bruce, and Wiley, LLP, in Seattle, Washington, who is one of Iron Mesa's lawyers, and Aaron J. Moss, who's appearing pro HVAC, meaning from a different county, from Greenberg, Glusker, Fields, Clayman, and McIntyre, from LA. So this is presented by them for the judge to sign, if she so should grant the order. So it may have been granted but not signed. May. I'm using the word may explicitly here and intentionally. It may have been granted and not signed, which means that it would be signed, what's today, Thursday? So that means it would be signed tomorrow, if she's in session tomorrow. So we should know if it's been granted probably by Monday. I would say Monday at the latest, because sometimes judges won't do stuff like this on Fridays, because it's end of court sessions. They'll wrap up more important stuff. So it looks like it might have already been granted but not signed, but we don't know yet. So we'll know either tomorrow or Monday. But let's get back to their ask. So here's the reasoning behind it. So we kind of skipped. We skipped the step here. So Austin Gibbons, you missed a little bit. So this order right here is an order. Let me make it not so big. There we go. Is it bigger for you guys, or better smaller? So if it's granted, that means that discovery won't happen until after. It means that discovery won't happen until after the early case conference. So they're waiting for the case to be dismissed. What ends up happening is, if the case gets dismissed, no, scratch that, back up. Iron Mace asked for a dismissal. All this document is doing is asking for the courts to not force them to do discovery until after the motion for dismissed has been either approved or denied. So what this will do is save Iron Mace a shit ton of money and a bunch of time, essentially, if it's to be granted. It looks like it may have been granted but not signed, but we don't know yet. We won't know until Monday, like probably Friday or Monday. So this is basically saying put everything on for the case on hold until early case conference is done, is what this document says. And then they give their reasoning for it. So they gave their legal standards, and we left off about here. So similarly, the court has wide discretion in controlling discovery. Little versus City of Seattle, granting stay of discovery where discovery could not have affected the defense at issue. This includes entering protective orders to stay discovery under Rule 26C, which is true. I've read Rule 26 entirely. Such protective orders are appropriate to further the purpose of Rule 26B, or Rule 12B and 6, which is to enable defendants to challenge the legal sufficiency of complaints without subjecting themselves to discovery. So what this is saying is that discovery, the period where you have to start submitting evidence and calling witnesses and getting people's written statements and stuff, that all happens in discovery. So what Iron Mace is asking is hey, can we put that period on hold? Can we put discovery on hold until after we know if the case is going to be dismissed or not? Because we want to save time, we want to save the court money, we want to save money, and we want to save Nexon money. It just is a win-win for everybody involved. And there's rulings written into there's code written which says that basically you kind of have to stay discovery to enable the defendants to challenge the legality of the case first. So like the case has to be, if there's any issue with the legality of the case, like jurisdictionally, or oh shit, thank you, Andrew. That's crazy. I super appreciate it. I'm gonna directly after this, because of the supers, I'm gonna go buy a mic, so I don't have to use this headset anymore. You guys are the best. I'm gonna order my mic today. Heck yeah. I'm like, I think $20 or $30 away from being able to withdraw from to get my first check from YouTube. you guys are you guys are fucking awesome. I might get. I never thought this would happen. I might get a check, and I might get a check from YouTube. Gonna get that Google money. What the hell? They YouTube won't send you a check until you get to $100. So the way that it works is like they cash it out, they hold it all up until you get to $100. Um, dude, sorry. Thanks, man. I like. I don't even know what to say. Um, yeah, Andrew, that's incredible. I can't even. You are amazing, and uh, I never really got into this for money. I never really thought I would be. Uh, I never thought I would get to 1,000 subs and be able to actually make any money. Um, and the fact that you guys do stuff like this is, um, I said it in an earlier stream. You guys are reinvigorating my creativity and wanting to do this, and create content that people like. And realistically, I just want to help people understand situations like this, because a lot of times people get take advantage. People take advantage of other people through legal loopholes and stuff like this all the time. And like, in seeing like something that we all love, like a game, being risked because Nexon wants some money, um, sucks. And if I could help people understand what's going on, and somewhat of an unbiased, I mean, I do have a bias towards Iron Mace because I love the game, but being able to do stuff like this and like explain topics in a way that is somewhat understandable to people who don't have time. Not everybody has time to sit here and read a court document for 2 hours. You know, like, I do. I'm fortunate enough to have the time. I've built a life where I can. I've owned my own business for like 11 years. I write books, and I do like video editing from home. Like, I'm not religious, but I do video editing for churches. So they could put their sermons online. Um, and I help out like community centers and stuff like that with YouTube videos for work. Um, and so it like allows me to be able to sit here for 2 hours on a Thursday night and read like a 17-page court document. But I never really thought that this would this would happen. So thank you. Andrew. Thank you for everybody who's watching. Thank you guys for everything you do. And it's super important to me, and I appreciate it a lot. Um, and I can't do it without you guys. Um, yeah, and like every little bit of this, like basically my goal is to. Now I'm off on a tangent, but I'll get back to the document in just a minute. Um, basically, my ultimate goal, is to have the YouTube channel and have it fund itself, and upgrade my rig enough to where I could provide quality content for you guys, like a good camera. Um, Andrew, I love you, dude. Um, that you are insane, and I love you, and you guys are amazing. This is crazy. Screaming, yeah, it's sorry, um, what the fuck is even happening? The Andrew, the Andrews. Um, hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hold on a second. Hey guys, you guys are. You have to see this. Come here. You're right, completely right. I got, I went and got her. Look at this. This is insane. Look at all this. Oh, they can see you. Look at this. Look at this. This is insane. 20, 50, 50. This is all from two people. The two Andrews. This is insane. You guys are. I don't even know what to say. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing, and I don't even understand what's going on right now. This is crazy. And that was my partner. Yes, she's wonderful, and I love her. Oh man. Man's cranking one out real fast. um, this is insane. I don't even know what to say. You guys are fucking crazy, and I love you guys. And you guys are changing my life, and I don't even know what to say. This is this is insane. I am completely speechless, and thank you to the Andrews. I mean, shit. There's my camera and my microphone. I'm gonna go buy it today. Like, I'm gonna go right now and buy it. You guys are fucking amazing, and any money. What the hell is even going on? I don't even know what happens if chargebacks happen. But this is this is insane. And you guys are fucking legends. Um okay. Because this has happened, like I have to be perfectly honest. Like you guys are I keep saying you guys are changing my life, but you guys are literally changing my life. Um and I'm about to get a little bit real right here. So, um 2 years ago, my partner that you just saw um became disabled and she can no longer work. And this happened about 6 months, not even six, like 3 months after I had a minor cardiac event. And for the past 2.5 years, um, it's been me. She can no longer work. Um, so it's been me kind of struggling to keep us afloat for 2.5 years. Um, and it's been very, 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 very difficult. Through COVID and all that stuff, and um, the it's been very hard. And the support that I've seen from you guys over the past month, my channel went from 285 subs to over um, over 1,000 in less than 30 days. And now stuff like this, I was legitimately crying in my kitchen when I got my first $10 super. Um, and then again when I hit 1,000 subscribers, and now this crazy nonsense, beautiful people is happening, and I don't even know what to say or do. I am just so happy and slightly confused. Um, but ultimately, I am just super, super, super appreciative of everything that you guys are doing for me. Um, you guys are changing my life right now. And just a month ago, I mean, I'm looking at the chat revenue right now. It says $400. A month ago, $400 would have been the difference between me. Like, we were probably 2 months away. I spent over the past 2.5 years. I spent like maybe 20 grand of my savings. I had like all of my savings from my business, everything. Um, and we almost had to move in. Me and my partner almost had to move in with my mom, and $400 would have been the difference of keeping the roof over our head or not. Um, like, we were that close to being like houseless, but obviously living with my mother, because my partner can't work. And now this is insane. This is insane. So, you know, I appreciate you guys more than I can ever say. Um, and I just hope that I could keep giving you guys content that you guys resonate with and that you guys want to see and hear. Um, yeah, love you guys. You guys are beautiful. Um, if I don't distract myself right now, I will start crying. So I'm gonna get back to reading the whatever I was reading, the court document. Um, so no, I know. There's no reason, like, I'm trying to get better at like being personal, and letting people in, and doing that on camera is something new. I am hugely camera shy. So this is all pretty new to me. Undergo that level of stress. Um, to be perfectly on, to be perfect. So oral argument tomorrow. Anyone know? I don't. I don't know. They might have to. They might have to do an oral argument tomorrow, or they might have to. Or I don't know if the judge is just going to sign off on it. Um, we have to wait and see until basically tomorrow, and then, uh, It'll either be tomorrow or Monday we should know more, basically. So they might have a video conference. They might have a video conference about this probably tomorrow or Monday. And then the judge will probably make a decision and sign off. I could see this. I could see the judge granting this very easily. But yeah, as to that question that who asked it? What was it? How to deal with that amount of stress? Good communication. Good communication and having a community of people that is there for genuinely there for you. I don't know if I would have made it through. I don't know if me and my partner would have made it through what we'd made it through without having each other and some of our friends. But yeah. So recap for Legacy. The document that was put forward on the 10th was Nexon's counter argument towards the dismissal, and then what Iron Mace put forward today was a motion to have discovery put on hold. So they want discovery to be put on hold until after the early case conference, and they want. I freaking love you. Forum non-convenience and this dismissal. Yes. So the forum non-convenience dismissal. So Nexon's rebuttal for that, and then this is Iron Mace basically saying, can we put the discovery period? So like, can we hold off on submitting a bunch of costly evidence and like spending a bunch of time and money getting witness statements and evidence gathering and sending it all to the court and translating it all and all that? Can we wait and put that off until after the early case conference happens so we can know about the dismissal? Because they're being expected to start rounding up evidence and witness statements and stuff like that already. And they're going to start bringing it to the early case conference to support their arguments. But what Iron Mace wants is to hold off on that until after they know if the case has been dismissed. And there's a very high likelihood, at least in my opinion, that will happen. This is very, very common. This is something I've already talked to Andrew Ward. It is a different Andrew. Thank you, Andrew Ward. I really appreciate it. You guys are amazing. It's the Andrew squad. I can't believe this. Yeah, I'm about to change. Yeah, let's all change our name to Andrew. Be right back. Got to go to court and change my name to Andrew. You know, it's funny because I actually have, like, one of my best friends' name is Andrew. Like, from, like, years ago. I haven't talked to him in a few years, but he was a great dude. He had a dog named Merlin. It was amazing. Golden Retriever named Merlin. Awesome dude, awesome dog. But yeah, that's what this document is. It's just asking the court to hold off on the initial disclosures and discovery. So they want the court to put a stay. A stay is like a temporary hold on discovery. And then, where did I leave off? Yeah, so similarly, the courts has wide discretion in controlling discovery. They cite a bunch of cases. Such protective orders are appropriate to further purpose of Rule 12b and 6, which is to enable defendants to challenge the legal sufficiency of complaints without subjecting themselves to discovery. So there's already rules written into the law that says, like, if you challenge if somebody puts forward a lawsuit that may not even be legal because they submitted it to the wrong jurisdiction or whatever, you don't have to do discovery until you figure out if that's the right jurisdiction or if that case is even legal to begin with, right? Timeline for knowing if the discovery hold is granted. I would say probably we might know as soon as tomorrow or Monday. So yeah, it saves everybody time and money, including the courts, Nexon, and Iron Mace. It just saves everybody time and money. Because the case might be dismissed anyway, and there's a high likelihood for this to happen. And it would be also a very good thing for Iron Mace. Because anytime they can save time and money, and especially the lawyers' time, because they're paid by the hour. Um, hey, bird, you coming? You coming up to party? So it's a very high likelihood that it's granted. It might have already been granted and just not signed off on, because of the attachment that's attached to this. So, thus, a district court may stay discovery when it is convinced that the plaintiff will be unable to state a claim for relief. They cite Wegner versus Monroe and Wood versus McEwen. Indeed, the U.S. Supreme Court has. They don't actually put the citation in here. Indeed, the U.S. Supreme Court has explained the plaintiffs are not entitled. Oh, there we go. Not entitled to discovery, or otherwise convened or otherwise, if their complaints fail to state a claim. Ashcroft versus Iqbal. The court therefore may relieve a party of the burdens of discovery while dispositive motion is pending. So that's the dismissal. So a party may be relieved of the burden of discovery while a dismissal motion is pending. In considering whether to grant a motion to stay discovery pending resolution on a filed motion to dismiss, the court should look to 1. Whether the pending motion would be potentially dispositive to the entire case, which would be basically if the motion will dismiss the entire case, why do discovery? The issue of which discovery is sought. And 2, whether pending potentially dispositive motion can be decided without additional discovery, which in this case it can. They don't need to do discovery to get this case dismissed. The court may also weigh the dismissal doesn't rely on any kind of discovery. I like you too, Crab Street. Birdie, say hi. Say hi. They love you. Everybody loves you, Bird. Yeah, come on. Come on. Oh, that's a good birdie. This is my favorite. Little open mouth. So good. I'm gonna leave it right there so you guys can see Bird. In considering whether to grant motion to the state discovery pending resolution of filed motion to dismiss, the court should look to 1. Okay, we already read that. The court may also weigh the possibility of damage, which may result from granting of a stay, the hardship or inequity which party may suffer in being required to go forward, and the orderly course of justice measured in terms of the simplifying or complicating issues, proof, and question of law, which could be expected from a stay. So what they're saying is, like, if there is no stay granted, and they're forced to go through discovery, even though the case might be dismissed, this might put Iron Mace at an unfair disadvantage because they have significantly less resources. Then they cite a case of which that was. Good cause exists to vacate or stay the initial disclosures deadline and to stay any subsequent discovery. Pending motion to dismiss is dispositive of the entire action. The defendant's FNC motion raises fundamentally legal issue. Whether this case solely involving Korean parties, allegedly actions taking place solely in Korea under Korean agreements with Korean choices of venue clause should be tried in a court in Korea where multiple legal proceedings between the same parties regarding the same allegations are already underway. So this is alluding, I think they're also going to, in the dismissal trial or the dismissal hearing, I think that even if the entire case doesn't get thrown out, it seems like Iron Mace is setting up for the possibility of having the trade secrets part thrown out. Defendant's FNC motion raises fundamentally illegal. Yeah. Okay, we're on a new page. I'm going to go over chat a little bit. Um, Brain, I'm not sure about if we're gonna get quotation from like a transcription of oral arguments. I don't know, to be perfectly honest. I don't know how that works. I know that there are like court stenographers and they do transcriptions, but I don't know if they do that for closed conferences. And I think that the early case conference and stuff like this, like these video conferences for pretrial, I think these might be closed conferences. So for closed, I don't think so. If it's an open conference, then yes. There's usually some kind of stenographer or transcribist there that will take notes, and that they'll attach those as parts of the trial and or the court documentation. So they legacy they'll probably do that on the 26th of this month. But they can do it. They can rule make a ruling on the dismissal sooner. But it just makes sense from the court standpoint to have everything wrapped up on the day of the early case conference, which, to the best of my knowledge from the court from the documents I've read, is the 26th of July. I think that all depends on Korea. So there is still the possibility that um, there is still the possibility that the courts do the investigation, or the investigation wraps up in Korea on the 16th, 19th, yeah, 19th, on the 19th of this month. So if the courts can make a decision like immediately afterwards, I don't really know how it works there. I think they have one. There was one Korean article, if I'm remembering this correctly. There was one Korean article that said that they might have 30 days after the end of the investigation, or up to. So that's like an up to date, up to 30 days on the 19th. So that might put it at August 19th, or like August 18th, because I think 19th is a Friday or Saturday. Um, so I think that they might be able to get it done as soon as the 19th, but it might take up to 30 days in Korea for that. And if there's a favorable injunction for Iron Mace in Korea, then Nexon might have to go through like The Hague to file any DMCA's, which would basically make them useless anyway because it'll take months. So I think that there is a. I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll see early access sometime between like the 20th to either like July 20th to like August 20th is when I think that we'll see early access, sometime in that month-long period. So like literally 7 days from now, anywhere from like 7 days from now until like a month and 7 days. And then the latest, in my opinion, would be sometime in November, because there's like a 80% chance that this case gets settled out of court by the end of discovery, which would be, I think, the latest discovery can run to in this case is November 21st. So, um, at least to the best of my abilities to like math out, it was sometime around November 21st would be the latest that discovery lasts. And most cases are settled before the end of discovery. So yeah, so it's just that's a general statistic. That's just for federal cases specific, all federal cases specifically. 97% of all, up to 97% of all federal cases settle, and then I think it's like up to 80% of all federal cases settle before discovery. Yes. So Andrew, because both Korea and the United States are both members of WIPO, so the World Intellectual Trade uh, WIPO's World Intellectual Property Organization, and they're both part of the World Trade Organization. So that means that they both follow each other's IP laws. So, and as long as one party is doing significant business in the other member's country, they have to follow that member country's IP laws. So, because both Nexon and Iron Mace are based in Korea, the U.S. they both do a significant amount of business in the United States. The United States is going to uphold Korean IP law, and Korea will uphold U.S. IP law. So if there's a decision in Korea to where Nexon can't interfere with Iron Mace's business in any way, it really depends on the language of the injunction. But if they specifically say that Nexon can't send DMCAs against Iron Mace in Korea, then the U.S. will uphold that. They'll have to go through The Hague and then try to get it seen in a U.S. court. Like, they could still send them, but then all Iron Mace has to do is just respond with the Korean decision, and most likely the person on the other end of that DMC won't hold it up, right? But it'll also take like months because they'll have to go through The Hague. They can't just send them directly. They have to have everything verified then, because there's been a decision. They have to basically have it go through The Hague and then switch it, and then have The Hague submits it to the United States, and then have somebody in the United States submit it on behalf of Nexon from Korea. But at least to the best of my knowledge, that's how that kind of stuff works. But yeah, because both are members of the World Trade Organization and WIPO, they both uphold each other's legal rulings and stuff, right? So this Korean court actually takes precedent over the U.S. court because both are based in Korea. So any decision in Korea is the easiest way to put it is any decision that happens in Korea is basically a global decision. Anything that happens in the United States is a U.S. only decision because they're based in Korea. And yeah, Brian, I have no idea. Whether for the IP stats. So back to this page. It is well established that defendant's FNC motion falls into the category of cases in which the court decision is strictly legal and will conclusively and permanently resolve the case should it be granted. See e.g. SSI US Incorporated versus Ferry. Oh, that happened in Portland. Holding that penalty motion to dismiss based upon inter alia form nonconvenience warranted stay of discovery pending resolution motion. Another case cited another case. Discovery stayed resolution of motion to dismiss on grounds of form nonconvenience. So this exact situation, typical situations in which staying the discovery pending a ruling on dispositive motion are appropriate would be where the dispositive motion raises issues of jurisdiction, venue, or immunity. Okay, makes sense. Big brain cleric. The definitive nature of the relief sought by defendant's FNC motion distinguishes this case from others where court has declined to stay discovery. In Hub International Northwest LLC, for instance, the court declined to stay discovery pending a motion to dismiss where the subject motion did not raise pure legal questions. Okay, so they're putting out Nexon's possible counter arguments and then refuting them preemptively. Did not raise pure legal questions of the subject matter, jurisdiction, immunity, and the like, but focused on whether sufficient facts were adequately alleged in the complaint to constitute plausible claim of relief. Okay, so that makes sense. Something similar like this happened, and they threw out the motion to stay discovery because the complaint had insignificant information, and so did the response. So those two things had insignificant information, meaning that the court needed more information to decide the dismissal, which is not the case in this, which Iron Mace claims is not the case. Typical situations in which staying the discovery pending the ruling on dispositive motion are appropriate would be where dispositive motion raises issues of jurisdiction, venue, or immunity. Definitive nature of relief sought by defendant's FNC motion distinguishes this case from others where the court has declined to stay discovery. Okay, so this means that those cases are different because the complaint was written well by Nexon and the response was written well by Iron Mace, and they have enough. There's enough evidence here to make this decision without discovery. For instance, the court declined to stay discovery pending a motion to dismiss. Did not raise pure legal questions of subject matter immunity. Okay, read that. The court held under those circumstances, the court is not convinced from a cursory glance at the motion to dismiss that the dismissal of the plaintiff's claim is inevitable. So what this is saying is basically the only way that they can dismiss this motion is if I've seen Big Braid Cleric. I'm doing great, man. How are you? It's Nick Gaming, right? Dr. Deathmite. I'm doing great. Chat has been crazy popping off. The Andrews are showing me a lot of love today. Changing my life over here. You guys are amazing. We might have some good news for Iron Mace. This document is basically Iron Mace is trying to block discovery until they figure out if the case is dismissed or not. I guess that's the most simple way I could put it. Thank you. I honestly still am in shock. The only thing, yeah, as soon as the stream's over, I'm gonna go give my girlfriend a big hug and just scream. But yeah, so this whole document is basically trying to block discovery from happening, and so they don't have to waste a bunch of money. Thanks, Bobby. What up? So they don't have to waste a bunch of money on discovery, right? They're trying to block discovery until the decision for dismissal happens, so that nobody has to waste a bunch of money or time. And then their argument is basically the only way that the courts would actually need discovery is if they don't have enough information to make the dismissal based on the evidence that they have, which isn't the case in this because they have like literally 300 pages of evidence already. More than that, actually. I think it's like closer to 500 at this point. Here, unlike the motion in Hub International Northwest LLC defendants FNC motion. FNC is a forum non-convenience. Motion would not be subject to repleading. It would permanently and completely resolve this case in favor of the pre-existing case on identical issues already being listed in Korea. Okay, so what they're saying is that because the case in Korea is still ongoing, there would still be it's still possible to see resolution and for Nexon to get restitution if Iron Mace is found guilty. It's still possible for Nexon to find restitution because there's already an active case going on in Korea. So why spend a bunch of money on discovery here when it could just be thrown out, right? Thus, defendants pending an FNC motion is dispositive in this case in its entirety and supports staying discovery. No discovery is necessary to resolve defendant's FNC motion. As I said earlier, they already have enough information. They don't need discovery to bring up any more information. As Nexon already filed its opposition to defendant's FNC motion on July 10th, 2023, it concedes that no additional discovery is required for resolution. Oh, so they conceded it. I'll have to look at that. Go back and look at it. It concedes that no additional discovery is required for resolution of the FNC motion. The plaintiff would not receive responses before opposition and had not sought continuance supported stay. Motion to stay initial disclosure granted where motion was fully briefed and there was no showing of need for additional discovery, nor could Nexon make such allegations. As detailed in this defendant's FNC motion, all of the parties to this lawsuit, Nexon, Iron Mace, Choi, and Park, are already litigating an identical dispute in Korean court system, which is acknowledged by Nexon. You can't hear me? Is my audio off? Hello? It's showing up on my stream. Craig, thank you so much. You're amazing. I fucking love you guys. You guys are incredible. You guys are incredible. So I'm going to get a new mic today. I'm going to get a new camera today. And I might even buy... What else should I get? I was thinking about getting a light for the backdrop. How can I make this stream better? You guys tell me how I can make this stream better. I'm going to make a post after the stream. I'm going to make a post and that's public, and you guys can give me... Dad, if I can, I will. If I could give all of this money to Iron Mace and have them bring Dark and Darker out, I would. So I do want a new mic. I do like how's the video? I haven't had any complaints on the video, but I do think I want to get like there's like a 4K streaming monitor or streaming cam that you could get for like, I think it's like $130. The audio quality is already good. Or I mean the video quality. Get a better cat perch. Should I buy Birdie something? Have it like right over my shoulder so she could sit right here. Yeah, I'll do a community poll. Get a cat perch so she could sit right here and hang out and watch you guys on stream. That'd be hilarious. Yeah, maybe I'll hold off on the cam. Maybe I'll just get like a better arm, because right now I'm using a tripod that's in between my two monitors, and it's kind of blocking part of the screen. Have a cat cam. I'll do a dual cam setup and have a cat cam and a me cam. But yeah, she's just chilling. She's just chilling. Watching the street. She waits for birds to fly by. I built her a little cat perch. Yeah, good idea. So lighting is going to be a big thing. I want new lights, and then mic are probably my top priority. I got the second monitor working, so that I might hold off on. My main monitor is like it's only 60 hertz, but it's like a 4K true color monitor. My partner, before she was laid off when she became disabled, they gave her this monitor to work from home, and it's like a 4K Asus true color for like web development and graphic design and stuff. Yeah, I think I'll probably just end up getting a nice light. Yeah, I'll do a community poll. Yeah, it's only 60 hertz, this Asus monitor. It's more for color. It's very good for color and color correction, because they used it for like proofing, I guess. Color accuracy. Yeah, the color accuracy is like basically as good as you can get, and it's 4K. So Ben Webster. So yes, this right now I'll go over it again. This document that we're reading is basically Iron Mace asking for the court to put discovery on hold until after the dismissal decision, and it looks like it may have already been granted but not signed off on, or it might be waiting for oral arguments, which would happen on Monday or Friday or Monday. So they'd have like a video conference to talk about it on tomorrow or Monday. Is my assumption. But yeah, so we can know if Iron Mace is going to save a bunch of money and time within the next few days. So plaintiff would not receive responses before opposition had not sought continuing support stay. Motion to stay initial disclosures granted where motion was fully briefed and there was no showing of need for additional discovery, nor could Nexon make such allegations as detailed in defendant's FNC motions. All of the parties to this lawsuit, Nexon Iron Mace, are already litigating in Korea. According to the location of all relevant witnesses, documents are already known. As set for the motion, document supporting FNC motion, all relevant witnesses reside, work in Korea. Similarly, all relevant documents are in Korea and are in Korean. Simply put, Nexon already has access to all of the information it needs to address the issues in the FNC motion as discussed below. Since the information is almost exclusively in Korean, allowing discovery in this case would necessitate extensive translation work constituting a substantial and undue burden. Granting the motion will not result in prejudice to Nexon, while failing to grant the motion result in substantial prejudice to defendants. What up, Sir Frowny? Yes, this is the relief one. I'm about halfway through it, and the last like 3 pages aren't going to really be much. So, granting the motion, yeah. So Nexon's interest, if any, in concluding discovery and receiving initial disclosures before resolution of the motion to dismiss is insufficient to overcome the initial interests of judicial economy for several reasons. The first motion to dismiss is noted for consideration tomorrow. Oh, the first consideration is tomorrow for the 14th. That's huge news. Pin that. So, yeah, we might know about the dismissal tomorrow. Usually they would wait till the early case conference, but the first... It's noted for consideration tomorrow, July 14th. Granting motion to say... This is doing 2 things. So this is actually doing 2 things. So this might actually encourage the... So yes, this will be decided tomorrow probably. This is going to do 2 things. It's going to encourage the court to come to the dismissal sooner rather than later. So it might actually encourage the court to get it done before early case conference. And it might end up saving Iron Mace a shit ton of money. Like a whole shitload of money. But yeah, this is great. This is great news. I did not know that. This is the first time I've seen that July 14th date. So, granting motion to stay discovery and reasoning is in part, there will be a relatively short period of time until the court rules on the motion to dismiss. Second, Nexon has not yet served any discovery. Oh, so Nexon hasn't really put forward any discovery at all. According to this. So Nexon has yet to serve any discovery. So that's very clearly stated. And indeed cannot do so until after the parties complete their Rule 26 Conference of Counsel, which is the 26th, which Nexon has not yet scheduled. So they haven't even scheduled a Conference of Counsel yet? The last day that it can happen is on the 26th. That's the last day it can happen. On or before the 26th. Again, such a short stay, pending resolution of the FNC motion, will not substantially interfere with the progression of this case. Under circumstances, there is no prejudice to Nexon in granting the relief requested, or requested relief. Requiring initial disclosures and allowing early discovery to proceed will unnecessarily increase costs as a result of required translation costs. On the other hand, requiring the preparation of initial disclosures and allowing subsequent discovery to move forward would cause defendants, a small independent video game company, and 2 of its employees to expend substantial resources. Courts frequently consider the significant expense that discovery can impose to support granting a stay. The party should not face the burden and expense of responding to discovery as claims that may not survive the pleading stage. I said this earlier. I said this in a previous video. A lot of the information that Nexon's putting out might be thrown out. I'm just afraid to show its true power. Andrew C., do you want me to show the Big Brain Cleric? KTN, thanks for the direct message on Discord. Who was it that sent me the Big Brain Cleric? Here it is. You guys want to see Big Brain Cleric? Let me, I'll switch windows real quick. Big Brain Cleric. In all of its big brain glory. I hate to say it, but that kind of looks like a something else on his head. Unleash the Big Brain Cleric. This is the submission for the new emote, the emoji contest. I honestly want somebody to do a buff bard. We need a buff bard emote. We have buff cleric, we have buff wizard, we don't have buff bard. Barbarians are already buff. Show the one with the exposed brain. There you go. But here, let's get back to the... page. Of head hitbox to backstab. Where was I? Courts frequently consider the significant expense that discovery can impose to support granting a stay. The party should not face the burden and expense of responding to discovery as claims that may not survive the pleading stages. So what they're saying, the courts have already ruled that this is usually the case. Discovery may be an unnecessary expense in this case against alleged prejudice. The threat of discovery expense will push cost-conscious defendants to settle even anemic cases, which is kind of what I've been saying since the very beginning. That's why most cases settle before discovery, because discovery just becomes too expensive. Because you have to pay your lawyers, and then you have to pay translators, you have to pay everybody $1 billion, basically. It's going to cost so much money. And the longer the discovery is, the more money it becomes, and if they're forced to do discovery now, then it's just going to increase the burden and expenses to Iron Mace, which is all 100% true. And only through pleading standards can parties hope to avoid potentially enormous expenses of discovery in cases with no reasonably founded hope that the discovery process will reveal relevant evidence. So this is also true, and they are probably going to cite a case in Korea at some point. I would not be surprised if Iron Mace did not cite the case in Korea that's going on against Mr. Choi, because to the best of my knowledge, it's been going on for almost 2 years, and Nexon still hasn't really submitted anything substantial in discovery in Korea. Yeah, cheese wheel. That would be huge, 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 huge. If the case got dismissed tomorrow, that would be huge for Iron Mace. That'd be incredible. Avoid potentially unnecessary discovery costs. Yeah, and parties know that the motion to dismiss succeeds, then all discovery costs would have been unnecessary. Exactly. So kind of what I've been saying the whole time. This is particularly true where there are unique reasons why discovery will be costly or burdensome. Granting motion to stay upon showing that discovery would be expensive and burdensome because it will delve into claims handling for this case and for other unrelated cases. Meaning they're going to have to submit the same evidence twice in the U.S. and in Korea, so it's just doubling the costs of the court cases. Actually, more than doubling it, because the Korean case is cheap. I believe I know a guy named Derp Wiggles. Huh. And never mind. My buddy Andrew's last name starts with a C. So it's possible that we hear back from the Nicholas. It's possible we hear back from the dismissal tomorrow. Early access timeline. If this case was dismissed in the U.S. tomorrow, we could see early access like Monday or Tuesday. They might even do it like that weekend. Like, I wouldn't say it would be extremely likely, because the Korean case is what's more important, and Nexon could still, they would appeal the decision for dismissal, like immediately, but they could do your early access in the United States without it being DMCA'd, at least until there was some kind of appeal. And then what would end up happening usually is if the game was already released, they would have to keep the game live. So like the reason. So here's the thing: if there's a legal decision that allows anywhere in the United States or Korea that allows Iron Mace to release early access of a live service game, they would then have to basically, any kind of injunction against them would have to allow the people who already purchased and are already playing to actually continue to play or get some kind of refund, right? Somebody just sent a PDF in the dad Discord saying it got dismissed. I'm going to check court listener again. Nope, no, nothing on court listener. Where is this on the... Can somebody message me a link to that? Thank you, guys. Thank you, Lem. And, oh, I'm in streamer mode, so it's not showing the whole name. They are mistaken. That's the one I already read. And this is the one that I already read and it's not signed. So, the person who is saying that in the Discord is unfortunately mistaken. So I'm going to switch over to this document and go to the bottom. Because if you look at this one, it's not signed. It is so ordered, dated this day. It's not dated or signed. And this isn't the dismissal. This is for the relief in this PDF. So this order would be granting them the hold on discovery, not the dismissal. So whoever said that is mistaken. Yes, Sea Turtle. These are new docs from today. But yeah, let's finish this one up. So, wanted where the burden of cost of discovery may exceed $250,000, which this would. Or it would need to depose certain CEOs and senior executives, which this would. Mr. Park and Mr. Choi are both executives or CEOs. Who filed that? That was filed by Iron Mace's lawyers. So the people who wrote this up, where it was presented by Chait and Aaron J. Moss. Savitt, Bruce, and Wiley is their lawyer. So this is their lawyer in Seattle, and then this is their main lawyer in LA. So Joshua M. Geller, Emily Avazian, Aaron J. Moss. That's from Greenberg, Glusker, Fields, Clayman, and Matchtinger in LA. So this was written and filed by Iron Mace's lawyers, and it needs to be signed off on by the judge, which will probably happen tomorrow. And that's for the consideration of this motion right here, the one that we're reading right now. Yeah, Chait, where you at? I would love to hear your lawyer input. He's in. Maybe I'll go see him. He's in Seattle. Maybe that's what I'll use some of that money for, is to go see to go knock on the door of the IM's lawyer in Seattle. It's only like a 3-hour drive. Hop on a train. So Iron Mace is expecting that that discovery may exceed $250,000. So the first consideration for motion to dismissal is July 14th. That's the first day that that's the first consideration for motion to dismissal. So that's the first time the judge is going to consider dismissing the case. The burden on defendants here is particularly substantial, where the discovery will be uniquely cumbersome and expensive, as set forth in the defendant's FNC motion. I'm going to turn this a little bit. Sorry, kitty. Given that the parties in Korea... Andrew, welcome! Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're a hero and a champion. The burden of defense is here particularly substantial, where the discovery will be uniquely cumbersome and expensive, as set forth in defendant's FNC motion, given that the parties in Korean proceedings have already produced thousands of pages of exhibits, so they'd have to pay for all that again. The cost of translating all of the documents in this case could easily exceed hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not much more, as none of the defendants' U.S. legal team speaks Korean. Translation of documents would be necessary to prepare initial disclosures, and any subsequent response to requests for production interrogatories. Why can't I say that word? And requests for admissions. All of the witnesses reside in Korea. Costs associated in the depositions and their translations would be substantial. So what they're saying is, not only would all of the Korean stuff have to be translated into English, all of the stuff from their lawyers that's in English would have to be translated for some of the team into Korean. So they have to pay twice, right, for the double translations. They have to translate each other's stuff, so they're going to pay. It's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. As in Domenico, Google, and Lithium, the unique burdens of expenses in this case counsel against requiring defendants, a small company and its 2 employees with limited resources, to incur substantial translation and discovery costs, while defendant's FNC motion is pending. To do so would not serve the interest of justice. Accordingly, defendants respectfully request that the court vacate or stay the initial disclosures deadline and stay any subsequent discovery until after resolution of the defendant's FNC motion. Conclusion: good cause exists here to vacate the stay. So this is their TLDR for this document. Good cause exists here to vacate or stay the deadline for initial disclosures and to stay any subsequent discovery pending resolution of defendant's forum nonconvenience motion. That motion, that's the dismissal motion. The motion will be fully briefed tomorrow, July 14th, 2023, so that they're all going to go talk about this dismissal tomorrow, which is rad, because we might get it's not a will, it's a might. We might have a dismissal as early as tomorrow. Concerns of issues of law, and if granted, would dispose of this entire action in full. No discovery is needed for determination of the FNC motion. Nexon will not be prejudiced by short stay. On the other hand, if the stay were not granted, defendants will face significant, unique, and potentially unnecessary costs, which is true. Accordingly, defendants respectfully ask that the court vacate or stay the initial disclosures deadline and to issue protective orders staying any subsequent discovery until after resolution of the pending FNC. Dated July 13th, and then it's just going to be certification, signature, and then What is this? This is from Honorable Tana Lynn. Or is that to Honorable Tana Lynn? Is this the... So, Mason, that kind of was the TLDR. So... Is this the second document? So this matter comes before the court on the defendant's motion for relief from the initial disclosure deadline for a protective order to stay discovery pending resolution of the motion to dismiss. The court having considered the motion the court having considered the motion and the papers filed in support of and in opposition to the motion is hereby granted. This is the same thing I read, right? In opposition to the motion, hereby grants the motion for dismissed. Yeah, and it's not signed. Okay, cool. It's been serviced. It's been serviced in the United States today, serviced and executed, but it hasn't been signed, at least here. At least that I know of, it hasn't been signed. Because there would be one of these little boxes. Yeah, this is just, ultimate, this is just something for the judge to sign. Okay, cool. So yeah, I mean, that's about it. So the TLDR is basically right here on the last page under the conclusion. So the TLDR for this document is as follows. Iron Mace doesn't want to do... Iron Mace doesn't want to do discovery until after the motion for dismissal has been either approved or denied. Because they don't want to start spending money. Why would they spend money now gathering up a bunch, like thousands of documents and having them translated when the case might be dismissed, right? So, and that's pretty much the TLDR. Nexon, or Iron Mace, is saying that it'll save Iron Mace, Nexon, and the courts a ton of money, over hundreds of thousands of dollars, if they just wait to do discovery and if the case is dismissed, until they know if the case has been dismissed or not. And the first time they can decide whether the case has been dismissed is tomorrow. Is there a timestamp on the document? So, yeah, to the Honorable Tana Lynn. Just dated. Let me see if there's a timestamp on the website. No. Just says the entered on date. They usually get the stuff the same day. But I mean, this didn't come in until like, what, 5 or 6? Actually, no, it's been like 2 hours, so like 6 or 7 Pacific time. So they entered this in end of day. So court listener probably enters in end of day. Pacer's probably a little bit earlier. So Pacer probably had this like an hour or two after the Washington courts did. Because Pacer gets everything first. Let me see if... Okay, yeah, there we go. Sorry, 1 second. And if anybody wants this, I'll have a link to the document. I'll put it up in the stream. I have it for free on my Patreon. It's on Court Listener as well. So I'll put it up right here. This is for the main one. That it has both. It has the attachment as well. So... can I pin this as well? Hold on, I'll remove this. And then oops. There we go. So the link to the document is up there. That's on my Patreon. I'll put a link to it in the membership channel for. Actually, I'll do that right now. Create post. Public. There we go. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. So, Kevin, right now we're the TLDR is essentially tomorrow is we found out that tomorrow is the first day that they're going to hear about the dismissal. It might be decided tomorrow, and Iron Mace is trying to have the discovery phase delayed until after they know if the case is going to be dismissed or not. In all likelihood, this will be granted. I think this has like an 80% likelihood of being granted, and it'll probably save Iron Mace a bunch of money. So this will be the courts open at like I think 9 o'clock tomorrow Pacific time, and we'll know probably by around 8 p.m. or like probably like 5 to 6 Pacific time tomorrow night whether the dismissal has happened or this has been approved. Because they already have a date for tomorrow. Tomorrow is about probably both. So it'll be about it's the first opportunity for the judge to dismiss the case. But that's just the first opportunity. She could say, I'm going to push this back. She could say, no discovery until dismissal. And we're going to wait until early case conference for dismissal. It's the first chance of deciding if it's dismissed or not. Kevin, that's for dismissal. Yeah. So tomorrow's the first day that the judge can decide if the case is going to be dismissed or not. They have a conference set up for tomorrow. So they're going to do a conference set up tomorrow. The judge is going to listen to both of their arguments, and they will go. Okay, the judge will say, "Okay, I'm going to have to think this over. We'll talk about this more in the early case conference. But for now, we're going to put a stay on discovery." Or she's going to allow discovery to go forward because she feels that she needs more information. And then they'll decide dismissal probably in the early case conference, which is at the latest the 26th of this month. And then they'll decide this. They'll probably decide the schedule for the early case conference tomorrow as well. So we should get a lot of information tomorrow. Whether or not they've dismissed the case, whether or not they've approved this motion to put discovery on hold, and we might even get the official date of the early case conference tomorrow as well. But the last day it can be, I think, is August 26th. Or not August 26th, July 26th. According to, there's a timeline on civil case help, which is a federally recognized legal self-help center. But yeah, I mean, that's it. Pretty much it for the new documents, unless there's anything new that's popped up on Court Listener. Anybody have any questions? Oh, if dismissed, early access? Yeah, I could say. So, a lot of the stuff that they're filing is like basically hearsay or opinion. They don't have a lot of evidence, it seems like, because they haven't cited any of their own source material. Um, and they've spent most of their declarations are just spent refuting what Iron Mace is saying. Instead of giving any proof that something shady transpired, it has very little proof or evidence that something shady, at least publicly available, very little proof that anything shady has transpired on Iron Mace's part, except for like 3 or 4 damaging things. But most of like over 200 pages that they've submitted are very much half truths, obfuscation of the truth, or just generally somewhat misleading and opinion based. All I know is that she was the judge. Um, she was a public defender for a long time, and then she went into kind of what I wanted to go into, which was like corporate and environmental law. So as far as I'm concerned, she's pretty dope. Like she's pretty rad. Um, I know that there was some kind of controversy around her being given the district judge seat, because she didn't have a lot of like experience in that realm, but she is very experienced in both criminal law, civil law, and she has a lot of experience fighting against both the government and large corporations. And she very much usually takes the side of the smaller party. So, he said the second document is actually attached to the first one at the bottom. So the second document is just an attachment, and it's down here. We already went over it. It's written by Iron Mace's lawyers right here to the Honorable Tana Lin, and it's basically a document saying that if she wants to grant this motion, she could just sign and date it. Yeah. So if the judge chooses to grant this motion to put the discovery on hold, all she has to do is sign this document. Yeah, Mike, it's looking. I mean, it's looking fairly. In my opinion, it's looking fairly good. I think there's a very, very, very high likelihood that this motion for the stay of discovery gets granted, at least until the case is dismissed. I don't think the judge will stay discovery for much longer than that if the case goes forward, if at all. I think that if the case goes forward, they'll go immediately into the discovery after the early case conference. But yeah, they'll at least get a reprieve until they know if it's been uh, dismissed or not, or they should. It's not guaranteed, but it basically comes down to whether the judge thinks that she has adequate. It comes down to whether the judge thinks she has adequate information to make the decision about the dismissal right now. That's all that's really important. And since there's already been like 300 to 500 pages of information provided, I think that there's more than enough information, in my opinion, to make that decision. And unless there's something very, very specific that she wants to know, she could just ask for that and then order the stay. So, like, she can ask Iron Mace or Nexon for any information that she thinks will help make the decision right now, and then make the decision then. Yeah, so she'll see it in the morning. Hopefully, she'll sign it, and that'll save Iron Mace a lot of money because that'll save him like up to what 16 days, or yeah, the 20, the no, not the 29th. It would be the 26th. So up to 13 days of discovery, basically, which is a shit ton of money in court, especially when you have a legal team of like 10 people now. My odds on the dismissal are 50-50. There's some damaging evidence from both sides. I think Nexon's. I highly doubt. I highly doubt it gets dismissed before it makes to early case conference. In my opinion, um, I think the judge will probably agree to this stay of discovery, and then try to hear more arguments about the dismissal until like more oral arguments and conferences until early case conference is full and done. But it's 50. Like I'm just being honest. I think that it's 50-50. It could kind of go either way. I'm not really ready to make any decision, especially without having more in like a more inclusive look from my lawyer friend who's looking over the last set of documents. But there's so much to go through there with all the with the main document itself, and then all of the what are they called declarations. I mean, there's 14 attachments to the main document, and then there's also one, two, three, four more declarations, all with like 2 or 3 attachments each. So like, it's gonna take my friend a little while to go through the response and then all of the declarations. Yeah, so there's the main document, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 declarations. So it's going to take him some time, and I won't really. Once he gets back to me, then I'll have a better idea. So, Mike, if the U.S. case gets dismissed, then Nexon can appeal the decision for dismissal, and then if they are granted the appeal, what will most likely happen is some kind of modified injunction, where Iron Mace still gets to release because the game will have already been put out, right? It is possible that the judge, upon the appeal, grants like a full injunction of Dark and Darker, but that's not very likely. So if it does get dismissed, we will probably, like, if it gets dismissed, say everything falls in Iron Mace's favor, and we get, this is kind of unlikely, but what's my bill to him? I let him stay at my house for free whenever he comes up to Portland. And when he was in college, I went and saw him in Colorado. He went to what's that? The Broncos out of, or the not the Broncos. What is it? The University of Colorado. I don't know. They have a horse. Almost looks like the Broncos logo. Yeah, so they'd be able to release at least in the United States, because they don't have there's no injunction in place in Korea yet. So technically, the only thing from, do I like the NFL? Hold on 1 second. I have a Walter Payton Funko Pop. I'm really just a fan of the Chicago Bears. My uh, grandma and grandpa are from the greater Chicago area. Um, my grandpa was a huge Bears fan. He immigrated. He immigrated here, or his family immigrated here from Germany when he was a kid, and then he ended up becoming a pilot against Germany in World War II. And in order to like assimilate and not be like judged by people because he was a German fighting Germans, um, he became a Chicago Bears fan and a Cubs fan. So I had to, otherwise, or else. So now, yeah, I'm a huge Bears fan. Other than that, like, I watch games. I watch all the Bears games, but like, I watch Bears games and then like Super Bowl and playoffs, right? Like, sometimes I'll watch Chargers games because I grew up in Southern California. But yeah, that's about it. I have a signed football from Joe Montana too, and then I have a signed Bears jersey from is it a Butkus jersey? I don't know. I'd have to go get it. Still became a New York Giants fan. Yeah, at first, I mean, when Joe Montana, I'm not gonna lie, I would like was hard pressed to not become a 49ers fan with Joe Montana giving me a signed football. Um, yeah, that was pretty hilarious. When I told him, he asked if I was a 49ers fan, and I was like, nope, I'm a Bears fan. But yeah, it was pretty funny. But I still got it. Has my name on it. Um, yeah, of course, Andrew. And thank you guys. Andrew's like all of the Andrews. You guys are incredible. What? Welcome to live chat. The Andrew Army is great. Of course, guys. Yeah, I mean, we pretty much already went over the document. Did any? Yeah, well, from if anybody has any questions, let me know. I mean, I might just hang out and play games and chill. Now that I could see chat and game at the same time, I might just like go play some Halls of Torment or something. But yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions or whatever. But yeah, in like 24 hours, we might be playing. Yeah, I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. I think it's completely unlikely, but it's still possible. Um, yeah. Anybody have any questions for the document tonight, or? So, quick TLDR is that a new document came out today, and it's basically Iron Mace asking for the court to put the discovery process on hold until after the dismissal has been approved or denied. Is basically the long and short of it. That's the gist. We also found out that the first chance for dismissal is actually tomorrow. So the first consideration, it's called the first consideration. So the first time the judge is going to look at it and either make a decision or decide to hold off is going to be tomorrow. Yeah. So the documents basically said Iron Mace thinks that they shouldn't have to, it's going to cost them upwards of $300,000 or $250,000 or more to start discovery right now, and it doesn't seem worth it for Iron Mace or Nexon to start discovery until they know about the dismissal. And then and then tomorrow is the earliest they can decide on the dismissal, but that's not likely, in my opinion. They'll probably push that decision off to the early case conference. So my I'm cautiously optimistic. I love that phrase. I'm cautiously optimistic that should everything play out perfectly, and the case in the United States gets dismissed tomorrow. Say the judge just wakes up and is like, "Fuck Nexon. I fucking hate Nexon. I want to play some Dark and Darker," and just throws the case out and is like, "Screw you guys." I'm cautiously optimistic that Iron Mace would turn around and probably like this weekend or like next week would release early access in the United States. Um, and the reason for that is because if it's been dismissed, if the case has been dismissed, Nexon can't send DMCA's until the appeals process gets started. So they cannot send DMCA's for at least a short period of time in the United States. And then what ends up happening is that they have to go to an injunction pretty much immediately. And they won't. So what will happen is, no, if it gets dismissed immediately, Iron Mace could release Dark and Darker without having to worry about DMCA's. And then Nexon cannot DMCA them until they have some kind of injunctive relief against Iron Mace releasing early access. So unless they appeal and are not unless they appeal the dismissal decision and win, and then also win an injunction decision in that new case, there's no way for Nexon to DMCA them in the United States. However, if Nexon should get an injunction in Korea against Iron Mace, they might have to shut it down. But with early access already going on for this point, possibly up to a month or longer, and already having like sold, 2 million copies or whatever, the judge in Korea would be, and they did it legally, the judge at that point would probably be more inclined to do a partial injunction in Iron Mace's favor and allow them to keep early access live, or at least service the players that have already purchased it. Because if you look at Samsung versus Apple, or Apple versus Samsung, all the phones that had already went out were allowed to stay in service, right? They were allowed to stay active because the customers already had it, and refunding those customers and having them recall the phones would be too difficult, and the damage was already done, right? So the game had already been released, the damage is already done, all the trade secrets are out, the copyrights have already been basically sold in the United States, and millions of customers, hundreds of thousands to millions of customers already have their hands on the product. So the damage has already been done. The best thing they could do is award damages to Nexon. And trying to shut it down would actually be detrimental to the public, detrimental to the courts, and detrimental to both parties because Nexon wouldn't get as much damages. So it's a really weird, complicated situation. But if the dismissal happens tomorrow, like, it's very unlikely, but if, like, the 10% chance happens that we get a dismissal tomorrow and everything goes according to Iron Mace's plan and Iron Mace gets a huge dub in the US, their best course of action at that time, it makes releasing early access immediately go from their worst course of action to their best course of action. If that makes sense. Yeah, so Sebastian, and you're also right. Like, they might have the Bard updates, but they might not have Warlock included. Um, if the dismissal, so we'll probably know one of two things. Tomorrow we should have a better idea of whether or not either this motion to delay discovery or the dismissal happened. We should have the date of the dismissal and we could have a few two out of three things, or one out of three things. Of course, Austin, hey, have a good night. So one of three things is basically, if the case gets dismissed, this motion is meaningless, so the other two things get thrown out. But we could also find out either if the case is dismissed tomorrow, we could figure out when the dismissal will happen, or when the dismissal will be decided upon, and if this thing happened or not. But yeah, that's what we'll find out tomorrow. Um, yeah, and I'll be streaming it tomorrow and talking about it as well. For sure. I mean, I'm probably... Oh, shit. Nerdy Man, thank you for joining. I really appreciate it. Everybody who's been giving supers and joining, and you guys are freaking amazing, and this is incredible. I mean, my life is changing, like literally live on camera, and I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's just incredible. The process I mentioned of regarding the IM raising a bond for the case pertaining to U.S. or Korean, it can happen in both. So so everybody knows that there's an injunction, that it's basically a restraining order, right? This person can't do this thing is basically what a restraining order is. Usually, we're all familiar with the restraining order of like, Joe can't be within 100 feet of Bob, right? That's your traditional restraining order, but it's really a restraining order is this person can't do this thing. It could be almost anything. Like I could get it. Somebody could say that I am not allowed to go 100 feet within my chair. Or there could be a restraining order against me using social media. The judge might go, "You're not allowed to use social media for the next 30 days," and they'll put a restraining order against me using social media. And if I violate that and say I went on live and streamed on YouTube, then I would be held criminally liable, right? For violation of a restraining order. They could either choose a fine, like a civil penalty with a fine, or they could do like a jail sentence. But what ends up happening a lot of the times in these situations like this is that when there's multiple parties involved that are both have monetary stake in this, and the public also has a the public has a stake in it, like we all want to play, and we've already played the game, we already know what the game looks like. Usually what ends up happening is the courts will just try to make an equitable outcome that's as equitable as possible for all people, while kind of maintaining, I don't want to use the term status quo, but they want to maintain the legality of the situation. So since Dark and Darker has already been, it's officially been released in 5 different playtests, right? The only thing is that it's not live right now. It's a live service game, and it's not live right now, and nobody's paid for it. So, but it's already been released. People have already played it. People have already had access to the code because they've downloaded it on their computer, and it's saved on a lot of their computers. So what ends up happening is they do this thing called a modified injunction. And what a modified injunction looks like can be seen in the court case Apple versus Samsung. Apple had a phone, like an iPhone. Samsung was making a phone similar to the iPhone, and Apple claimed that Samsung stole actual plans. Samsung had already released a few of the phones that were supposedly made stealing these plans, and eventually what ended up happening is Apple was awarded a modified injunction, which said that all of the phones that were already in existence and already sold to customers, like everything already in the consumer's hands, was allowed to be serviced and stay active and live, because it would be more difficult to recall all of those phones and then turn off service. And the people who didn't recall the phone, who didn't willingly give their phones back, if service was disconnected to them, they could no longer use their phone without paying for it to be unlocked, right? Because it's locked at the service provider level. So anybody who like was on a service plan, like paying their phone off, couldn't get their phone unlocked or make it usable because it's locked at the service provider level. So the same thing can be said about Dark and Darker. If they're granted a dismissal in the United States and they sell, let's just say that they sell 1 million copies. We now have 1 million people who already have all of the files downloaded on their computer. They already know what the game looks like. They've already been playing the game for a month. And then say the time to do the injunction in Korea happens on the 20th of next month, then the judge will be like, okay, well, all these customers already have the game, and they did so legally, right? The case in the United States was dismissed. Iron Mace didn't do anything illegal. The customer, it has an overwhelmingly positive review. Everybody's loving it. It's making everybody a bunch of money, including the state of Korea, or the country of Korea, through taxes. Why would we shut this down? And if we shut this down, we have to give everybody a refund. But if it's longer than Steam's refund policy, like if it lasts longer than Steam's refund policy, Steam might not want to give everybody refunds because they've played for more than 3 hours or 30 days or whatever, you know? So then the court would have to get involved with a United States company to get them to do the refund. They'd have to basically subpoena a United States company to issue a refund, and Steam would lose a shit ton of money at that point. So it would just be more expeditious and fair for everybody involved, including the public, for them to say, okay, you're allowed to continue sales of Dark and Darker, or everybody who's already purchased it is still allowed to play, but you have to put up a bond of like $10 million. So basically set aside a bank account with $10 million in it, so if you lose the case, you can still pay damages to Nexon and refund everybody for Dark and Darker personally, right? They'd have to set aside a bunch of money, or they could say they might not even have to refund Dark and Darker, but usually it would just be whatever the damages to Nexon would be, and I think they're capped out at like something small, like small for this type of suit, small in Korea. There's like a weird cap over there. But yeah, so if the case is dismissed, which again is like getting a dismissal tomorrow is like a 10% chance, but it's still possible. And that's what I'm hoping for. But if that was to happen, Iron Mace would release EA pretty much immediately, in my opinion. Yeah, thanks, Nerdy Man. Thanks for becoming a member. I really appreciate it. Wounded Healer, thanks for joining in. I just want to provide good content for everybody, you know? And I hope it comes through in what I'm doing. I hope you guys can see the passion that I have for this community. I hope you guys see the passion I have for gaming in general. You know, I grew up a gamer. I like even like board games and pen and paper, like Dungeons and Dragons and video games and every type of gaming and stuff. Like I just love this. I mean, the books I write. I'm an author, and the books I wrote are lit RPG. Basically, a dude getting stuck in a video game, kind of like Ready Player One meets The Matrix. So yeah, this is like my passion, and this is what I want to do. So you guys are changing my life, like actually directly having a huge impact on my life and changing it for the better. So yeah, you guys are all amazing. And I love you, and I couldn't have done this without you guys, and I couldn't continue to do it without you guys. Like, you guys are insane, and I like you guys are changing my life. What's my day job? I do a lot of stuff. I write books. I've written 2 books so far. My pen name is BF Rock River. Um, I have wrote a series. I'm the author of a series called Altered Realms. Um, used to buy cat treats. I will. Birdie, you just got somebody gave you money for cat treats. Oh, big stretches. She's happy. She's happy for the cat treats. Big stretches. Belly rubs. Super kitty. Super kitty. But yeah, they're sold on Amazon. So I get royalties from those. I have audiobooks, so Audible and Amazon. I'm also writing another series that's like a post-apocalyptic gamelit book. Basically, the world ends, and everybody who survived wakes up and has like a basically like a augmented reality HUD and can like level up and stuff. It's called the system. The genre is like system apocalypse, but that's also kind of trademarked. So it's not really the genre because there's a series called System Apocalypse. It's actually pretty good. But yeah, that's what I do. I'm an author. I also do editing for for churches and nonprofits and other small businesses. Yeah, I was actually thinking about getting into some like U.S. Original English light novels. But yeah, my ultimate goal, basically my book funding, like all of the stuff I do right now is to fund my ultimate goal is I want to develop a game studio and develop games. That's what I want to do. I want to make a game studio and I want to develop games. Um, Making a Crusades themed board game. Heck yeah, that'd be rad. Yeah, I mean, I'd be down. I'd be down to playtest and put it on stream. Um, and Wolfram, if you want to write, like, just hit me up on Discord if you want to know anything about the right. Like, not to brag, but I hit top. Like, the reason why I can kind of do what I do is because I hit the top 1,000 on Amazon. And I hit the top like 400 on Audible. Um, so I made a decent amount of money on my books. Um, but yeah, if you have any questions or anything, hit me up. I used to run an author group that I helped people become authors, and several people broke into the top 1,000. One of the guys in my author group made the top 100. So yeah, that's what I did that for years. So if you have any questions and if you want to know anything about writing, just let me know. I'm super down to help anybody that wants to explore any kind of creative outlet. Like, that's amazing to me. Hey, have a good night, Stosh. Sorry, my nose is getting itchy. Um, but yeah, what do you guys want to do? I know that some people are leaving, but there's not really much more document to go over. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, my ultimate goal is to make a game studio. I want to make a game studio that focuses on making accessible games to people with audio-visual disabilities, like epilepsy, autism, color blindness, stuff like that, with audio and visual sensitivity. Because there's not a lot of games that that cover that kind of stuff. Play Halls of Torment? Yeah, for sure. Let me start it up. Halls of Torment freaking rules, too. Let me switch over the window. There we go. I have a weird issue where the screen doesn't. Who should I play? The cleric, the warlock, the exterminator? Sorry. Trying to get the... There we go. Halls of Torment rules. Warlock's fun. Let me, Oh, I already did all this stuff. Yeah, for Dark and Darker. Let's see if I could beat Ember Grounds. I could go to Forgotten, but I want to see if I could beat Ember Grounds on the Warlock. Warlock's kind of easy mode, though. You just literally run around and fight forever. And I can see chat now, so if you guys have any questions or anything, just let me know. Where should I go? I'll go up this way. No. You stay away. I don't care if I'm not really... I'll go pick up. I'll level up. Let's do cone size. Damage for sure. Oh shit, thanks for the gifted memberships. I didn't even know you could do that. Thank you so much. I don't even know what to do with those. So I'm gonna have to look that up. Well, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Nerdy Man. Man, this community freaking rules. I love you guys. Bring you guys all out for a barbecue or some shit. This is crazy. What should I pick? My usual pick would probably be block strength and base defense. Heck yeah, you got a star! Heck yeah, Kevin. Chase Music, heck yeah. Andrew C. Heck yeah, you guys rule. Block strength? Yeah, block strength rules. Not getting hit is great. If I remember correctly, this thing like can't crit. Shit, I was looking at chat. No! Stay away from me! This thing is far as fuck. Weapon duration, yes, please. Guess everything's behind me. The Warlock is hilarious because you just like walk in a direction. Should I try to go for the aura build? Have you guys seen that yet? Oh, this is pretty good. That's actually super good. What should I... 1, 2, 3, or 4? 2? Yeah. Going for 2. 3? Oh no! Yeah, it's Diablo 1 meets like Vampire Survivors. That's the way I describe it. And I love Diablo 1. Me and my buddy, my buddy who works for the for NASA. Me and him used to play Diablo 4 all the time. Which one should I do? Ring Blades, Lightning Strike? I do magic damage, so Lightning Strike might be good. I mean, it's not the greatest, but I could go for it. Though I do have a quest for it too. Yeah, I have a. I could show you guys my computer. Yeah, here. I'll show you. Here's my computer. It's kind of messy, but yeah, I have the. It's kind of tiny. Can you guys see it? Let me see, where's the... Yeah. Super thin. There you go. I know this is probably giving some people motion sickness. But yeah, that's it. Sorry about that. Oh, shit, I gotta flip it again. Yeah, it's tiny. Oh, shit, you guys can't see my face. Duh. Sorry, guys. You guys can't even see me. Hold on, I gotta fix this. No. There we go. How's that? Better? Never saw PC. Okay, yeah. Here, let me show you. It's a little customized, but let me flip this. So yeah, there it is. Like, there's my monitor, for example. But yeah. It's pretty small. It like fits basically a PS5. And some paintings that my lady made for me. Look at all these green names. Oh, hold on. I gotta, there is something I gotta do here. There we go. Liv is now a moderator. I have my first mod. She's my lady friend. She's my special lady friend, man. So memberships give you access to all kinds of stuff. They give you access to like early content. I post all of my scripts there. I post early videos, all kinds of stuff. It's like it's like Patreon almost, except it goes through YouTube. Which one should I do? Should I do Ring Blades, Lightning Strike, or Arcane Splinters? I still need to do the quest for this. You have a little... Liv, you have a little wrench next to your name. Splinters? Sounds good. I'll do it. Kill this stupid boss. Which one? Duration. Oh, here we go. If I'm gonna do duration, I might as well do 3. Also, how's the placement of my camera? Should I move it? Attack speed or range? Oh, it's a little off kilter though, isn't it? What the hell is going on here? That'll work. I'll mess with it later. Hey, bird. Scritches? What's up, bird? Yeah, good girl. Yeah, which should I pick? Focus, charging, or parry metabolism is weak, so I usually don't do that. I think it does reduce the cooldown. Yeah, I'm gonna do attack speed. Stay away. Get juked. Damage. I think I'm gonna go pickup range, so I level up faster. I have this sweet amulet. Oh, I didn't put it on! No! I didn't put my ringer amulet on! Damn it. What the hell just hit me? Movement speed, duration, or pickup range? I think I'm gonna do pickup range again. Range? Or move speed? Oh, I flipped it. Actually, that probably works better for now. I'm gonna do movement speed. Oh, duration might be good to stack with this. I'll do range. So I have this pretty funny tactic that I use. So I'm gonna level up the let's do duration. Especially if I'm gonna do my strategy. I'm gonna level up a shitload if I can, and then just try to basically max out these splinters to tier 3. Hey, have a good night, Andrew. Of course, thank you. Thanks for becoming a member. Thanks for hanging out. Like I appreciate you guys. You guys changing my life. So, yeah, you guys are amazing, and I can't say that enough. Thanks for coming out. I really appreciate it. You have a good rest of your night. I'm just getting wrecked right now. Ooh, multi-attack. Multi-attack's great. Heck yeah, playing games is always fun. This game rules. I love this game. And Warlock is pretty much easy mode. So I won't get that. Attack speed or damage from the main weapon. What do you guys think? So attack speed will work for both my attack and all my abilities, whereas this will only affect my main weapon. Hey, bird. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Slimes are my least favorite. I hate these guys. Especially when you get the ones that break apart. Oh, I forgot about this. Negative 10%. It's 10%. So I'll lose 48 health for 30% damage. I don't know. That's a lot of damage. Glass cannon it is. Damage for sure. Just don't get hit, right? If you kill them before they get to you, then you don't need to worry about health. I think I'm gonna go damage. Nerdy, just super glass cannon everything. Now I want the Warlock to have some kind of lifesteal. If you leave nothing alive to hit you, then there's no issue. Exactly. Which one of these? This is a kind of tough decision. I think I might do this. This like extra ring is usually like means it's worth. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. But I do need to level up my splinters. Iron Mace win. Hopefully, we'll know more tomorrow. One way or another, we're gonna know more tomorrow. I hate this guy. This is the guy that dashes, right? Yep. Screw you, dude. Ah, shit. Go away! Yeah! Shit! No! Stay away from me! Okay, I need to go find some, pots. Some health. See, I hate that. Five health. That'll work. Get away! Good thing I took that movement speed. Screw you! I'm running through it. Don't care. I ain't falling for that. Screw you! There we go. Maybe I could wait this one out. Oh, that was a terrible idea to wait that out. That was a terrible idea. Oh, and the freaking... block strength. Preventing damage is always good. Not this shit again. Fuck you! Maybe I could level up. Yeah. I need to kill this thing. Movement speed. I need to get the fuck out of here. Yes, food. No, fucker. I'm gonna die. Fuck you. No. Shit! 16-hour VODs? That's nutty. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to, you know, I play the games like this to keep it spicy. I'll do Warlock again. How much money did I make? Like nothing? I forgot to... Forgot that I can't crit with that guy. You know what? I might do... Let me look at my quest. I need to do the Splinters and Lightning Strike on Haunted Cavern. I'm gonna... Here, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a movement spilled Swordmaster guy. And put that on. And then... My favorite class in Dark and Darker? I play everything. I've played, like, literally everything. But my two least favorite classes are Barbarian and Wizard. I suck at Wizard. It's like, it's a fun class to play, I'm just terrible at it. My favorite classes, if I'm in group play, are Bard and Fighter. And then, if I'm solo, I play either Bard, Ranger, or Rogue. Usually. Sometimes I'll do, what's it called? Dual weapon fighter. So dual wield fighter. Like basically a rogue, but with like better weapons. And better armor selection, and no poison. But I take sprint and then the field rations or whatever, the second wind. Yeah, it rules. Slayer rules. And I do Slayer, the light armor only, and then I do well, that was useless. So I need to level up lightning. Phantom Needle? I'll do Phantom Needles. That's what I'll go for. That quest. Crit chance. Pickup range. I want to level up as fast as possible. Yeah, I want to love Wizard. Like, I love the class of Wizard, I'm just suck at it, so I never play it. I guess the only way to get better is to play it more, but... I definitely want to try Warlock. Warlock looks fun as heck. Damage for sure. Oh, I gotta find the blood trails. What am I doing? What am I doing? Yeah, I'm definitely going to put up a poll. Ooh. Ooh. Damage or coverage? What do you guys think? I know what Nerdy Man's going to say. When I do my group fighter, I do sword shield, like basically full tanker, and then I do either spear or I do spear or longsword as my secondary. I love the spear. The range is just incredible. But the parry on longsword is, I mean, obviously amazing. Once you get good at that, it's just game over. Base health and block? Damn it. Yeah, Halberd's pretty dope. I don't like the like wide swing. The overhand is huge though. I've always said that they need to get rid of on Wizard to balance it out. They need to either give them a spell book or a crystal ball. That should be their standard weapon instead of the Wizard staff. Range and cone width. Because that Wizard staff sucks. I would way rather have like a dagger and a crystal ball than that Wizard staff. Critical hit chance and range. I love the spear. Spear is great. That's why I liked Ranger for so long, because being able to do spear and a bow is just rad. Oh, I need to level up my needles. Here's what I do. I look for blood first by going down towards the scrolls. Attack speed, because that affects my needles. I'll kill the boss in a little bit. Oh, just like a little poke and then run away? Saves your life. Okay, here we go. I didn't find the blood, but I did find this. So what I'm gonna do is hang out here for a while. Critical damage bonus. So now I just live here for a while. There we go. Critical damage. Yeah, I love the spear. I love the longsword. Anything with range. I hate the barbarian weapons. I think the barbarian weapons are just garbage, in my opinion. The felling axe is good, but the starting weapon is so bad. Crit chance. Yeah, the felling axe is great. Throwing axes are legit. Like from downtown lobbing throwing axes at people to get kills is one of my favorite things in the whole game. I just can't. I don't like being that close. Let's do range. But yeah, this game is dope. I love this game. It's kind of holding me over until Dark and Darker comes back. I'll do range and cone width. Hitting more stuff at once is great. Level up faster. They have a... Yeah, it's the feet planted chop just, it feels kind of clunky and like you're just like, you know, and it's just odd. I need to do this. The Zweihander, I really want to like the Zweihander, I just can't get into it. The secondary swing is like the only reason why that weapon is even usable at all. But the damage is just so good. And the attack speed's not even that bad. But the attack pattern just sucks. I'm gonna go attack speed. I want the War Maul. I loved on the cleric too. Me and my friend Sugar Boots, we have this duo that we use with two clerics, and it's fun as hell. And he goes like War Maul, Drunken Master, and I'll go healer like focus, and it's amazing. We just murder everything. If this is all I have, then I'll do this: 50 base health and health regen. What level is my... 1, 2? Okay, yeah, I need one more level on my needles. So if you guys don't know the trick, if you level up any ability 3 times, the next time you get a scroll, there's a chance that you can basically tier up the ability. So what I do, especially when I'm trying to do quests like I am right now, I'll just kind of do what I'm doing here and just running around in circles killing everything until I get to level 3, then I'll pick one up, and then I'll wait till I'm level 6. That 10% extra attack actually works on abilities too, which is nice. Ooh, what did I get? All of these suck. Big old nothing burger. Yeah, scimitar or a saber would be rad. Critical damage cone width, I'll take that. A saber would be cool. Scimitar would be cool. They already have the falchion, but I would love to see some like a what's it called? Like a die or like that. It's basically like it's almost like a big super long sweeping sword. Strength, of course. If I don't pick strength, Nerdy will kill me. Come on. Please, no, damn it. I'm gonna get this so I can basically don't have to worry about magnets. You just level up so much faster if you get pickup. So if your pickup range is longer than your attack range, you basically don't have to worry about magnets and you level up super fast. Especially if you have the neck that I have, necklace, 50% experience gain. You just get a lot of pickup range until it's like just over your attack range and you never have to worry about magnets and you level up super quick. As long as you're damaging stuff to where you can kill it in 1 or 2 hits, like, you're fine. I'm gonna do cone size. I'm not gonna worry about piercing yet. Lance would be cool. There'd be all kinds of cool weapons. There's this Japanese weapon that has like a super long blade. That's really rad. Yeah, the third map's rad. Yeah, I could get to it. Here we go. Level 3. Here we go, Phantom Rift. If needles could still help. Okay, now they do AoE damage. Oh, does not apply to items and abilities. Whatever. More attacks is always good. Helps with these guys, the skeleton shield people. Naginatas are rad too. Hold on 1 second. Was that for me? Thank you. Thank you, Miss Moderator. She's being rad. Got me a water. Brought me pizza earlier. I'm lucky man. Yeah, Naginata would be rad. Nodachi, yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to do Eastern weapons. They seem to be more... They haven't, like, talked about adding a monk or any of that kind of stuff, so I don't know if they're going to do the Eastern side. Base health, block strength. Critical damage. Yeah, the hook sword's rad. Are you talking about the one that the police used? And to like dismount mounted people? Or like to like the body catchers? They have that like ring hook on the back. Use it to like catch somebody's legs or pull somebody off a horse. Those ones are sweet. Me and the lady watch a bunch of Forged in Fire. They make some pretty sweet weapons. I'm gonna do block strength. I think my pickup range is already high enough. I don't see a lot of missed experience on the floor. Yeah, I wonder if... I thought Warlock was going to be like the summoning class. I thought they were going to like mix like Necromancer and Warlock a little bit. But it doesn't seem like that might be the case. It would be cool to see if they did it like if they improved the wizard a little bit and like made it more traditional wizard, like, and gave the wizard access to necromancy spells. I think that would be pretty legit, because making a straight, like, especially if they did it in the skill, like, you know how they have the skill trees coming up? I think that would be pretty sweet. I'll do block strength. Yeah, I think that would be pretty sweet. Because if they're not going to do it with Warlock, then I don't really see an opportunity for it. Unless they do it on Wizard or Sorcerer. But Sorcerers traditionally don't have a lot of Necromancy, I don't think. I think there are a lot of Evocation and Invocation and stuff like that. Yeah. Piercing, because it applies to all abilities, too. Yeah, I'm not sure what they want to do. Bard's music, yeah. See, I think the hard part about summoning right now is distinguishing friend from foe. Because pretty much everything has friendly fire, right? So if you're a summoner class and you're playing in group content and you summon a skeleton and it starts attacking your friend, like, that's pretty terrible. Oh yeah, Ben, I'll give you a quick summary. I'm on like a pause screen. So today there was documents released that said tomorrow is the first consideration for... Here's like the important bits. Tomorrow is the first consideration for a chance of dismissal in the United States. And then the motion itself that was put forward today is to delay the discovery period. So the Iron Mace wants to delay discovery until after the dismissal. So basically, they want to do two things. They don't want to have to spend a bunch of money and waste a bunch of time on discovery until they know if the case is actually going to move forward or not. And then, so that was the motion today. They put forward the letter to sign for that, to get that to happen, and it might happen tomorrow. And there's actually a chance that the case might be dismissed tomorrow as well. So yeah, but they want to. The main thing we got from today is that Iron Mace doesn't want to spend a bunch of time and money on dismissal or on discovery until they know if the case is going to be dismissed or not. And this is pretty normal, pretty standard. But the big thing is that dismissal the first chance at dismissal is tomorrow. I don't think dismissal will happen tomorrow, but there is a chance it does. It's like the first time the judge is going to look at it. And they're going to probably have a conference call about it and then the judge will either decide to dismiss, decide to delay. So they're going to decide one of three things. First, they're going to decide to dismiss or not. If they don't dismiss, they're going to schedule a time for the official decision, which will probably be the same time as early case conference. And then if they don't dismiss, they will decide upon whether they're going to delay discovery or not. So that's what will happen tomorrow. So if the dismissal goes through, I would be greatly surprised if Nexon doesn't put forward a settlement agreement if there's not already one in place. And if there is already one in place, they would probably cut that settlement agreement significantly. So whatever that settlement is right now, chop that like in half if the U.S. case gets dismissed. And then if the case gets dismissed, I also think that Iron Mace, there's a high likelihood that Iron Mace will go directly to early access. Because like I said, it would be then legal for them to do it in the United States. Nexon couldn't DMCA them in the United States. They'd have to go through The Hague. And then they, if at all, if they could even do it at all. I'd have to ask my lawyer friend about that. And then... they might not be able to DMCA them until they hear back from appeals. But yeah, we won't really know until tomorrow. We'll know what happens tomorrow at the end of tomorrow, right? But the early case conference, the latest that can happen, to the best of my knowledge, is the 26th, so 13 days from now. So there's actually already a suit. The Nexon. So there's the case in Korea is actually Iron Mace suing Nexon, and part of that has damages included in it, and it says that I think it's 8 million Korean whatevers yen for each day that Iron Mace delay or Nexon delays Iron Mace. Is there damages? Won, yeah, won. That's what it is. I don't know why I got that mistake. I've seen won a million times. South Korean won. Yeah, so it's they have, it's part of their injunction in Korea. It's like 8 million. It's some crazy number. It's like $800,000 or like US. Something insane per day. So, it'd be an insane amount of money. It was like 800. I think it was like 800 million or 8 billion won, because I remember it being some astronomical amount of money in the like tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars per day. Yeah. What? But yeah, it's included in the Korean case. Damage, of course. But yeah, if anybody has any questions or anything, let me know. So there's this well, dude. 1 piercing and 20% range. Yeah, I'll take that. So there's this well. I'll run up to it because it's gonna be a while before I level up enough to get this, and I have to find the blood trail anyway. So I'll run up to the well. So you go up to the well. attack speed. This is hairy. I have just enough movement speed. But yeah, so there's this well that you come up to. Crown size. I do just enough damage to walk forward like this. Shit. There we go, back up to full. But yeah, I'll go up to the well. I don't have an item to drop off yet, but... base crit. Has anybody seen the blood trail, by chance? Did I miss it? So yeah, this well. You have to find the well keeper. And, like, I could... So, see how it says this item has already been retrieved? You could drop stuff off here. I already have this one. See how it has this little box? I already have it. I've already purchased it, so yeah, I can't drop that. But you get the well, though. You get the well keeper quest in the second level. I just actually put a video out about it today, about how to do the well keeper quest really quickly. Oh, this wave's over, so I'll just mop everything up. Critical damage. Oh. All this gold. I really do not like this guy. So, the inspiration for my game is... it's something that I've been thinking about making for a long time. I originally started out making a MMO RPG, which is impossible for one person to do, but I was in over my head. And the idea started out as kind of an MMO, and I was going to make like modern day Ultima Online meets New World, with like open world dungeons that are persistent and you know, like player housing and like guild housing and stuff like that. And a lot of it was going to have to do with like, you know, a large massive open world. But then I realized that I was way in over my head, and once I started working on server infrastructure, I was like, this is way too much, and it's also going to be hyper expensive. So I cut back the scope a lot, but the things I wanted to keep was basically persistent dungeons that are all interconnected. So my idea was to have, like in Ultima Online, there was persistent dungeons, and some of them were actually linked together, right? So you could go directly from one dungeon to another. So I wanted to do something like that. Oh, what's this? That is pretty... Which one should I do? All of these... Sorry to interrupt my story, but all of these are super good. This I already have, so... 5% damage for each enemy in my pickup range. Maximum 50% damage. Every 5 seconds you perform a war cry that weakens everybody around me for 5 seconds. I don't know how much damage reduction Fragile is. I think I'm going to go with this. This is huge. Yeah. So, yeah, one of the big things that I always loved about Ultima Online was being able to, like, go into a dungeon. I used to do a lot of, like, PvP and PK in Ultima Online. And, I'm going to take this so I don't have to run around finding magnets. So I used to do a lot of PvP, in Ultima Online, and one of the things I would do is run into dungeons with all my dragons and shit and murder people. Sending this up. So this is how you use the well. So now when I do retrieve this item, leave one item here and retrieve it to the surface. Retrieved items can then be bought and equipped for all future runs. Bought items cannot be lost. So essentially, yeah, one of the things I loved was like being able to go into a dungeon and PK, 30% damage for sure, and just murder people, right? Or go in with friends and have people come in and try to murder me and then kill them, and you know, I'd go summon all my dragons and murder everybody that tried to kill us and take all their shit, right? So I wanted that experience again in an MMO. But I really liked New World's combat. I like action combat and wanted to kind of mix those two. And then I was like, well, this is too much. I need to make like a lobby game, right? So, yeah, Ultima, I love Ultima. Outlands is really good, and then UO Renaissance is really good. They have some pretty cool, like public servers, basically. Oh, there's a blood trail. 20% base damage. Hell yes. So if you guys don't know about it yet, if you follow these blood trails, it leads you to altars, and there's like a quest that makes the boss of this level way easier. So in in these blood circles, you just have to stay in these like little purple circles and kill. This little number is how many enemies you have to kill in here. I need this because I need that to get to level 6. Yeah. Just wade through a sea of skeletons. Oh, that's huge. I'll take that. Especially since I'm missing health. Now I'll follow it the other way. At a glance, it reminded me of Elder Scrolls Online with the crafting options, but other than that, and WoW, when I was never really young, have never been into MMOs, so I don't have much to draw from. Yeah. So I was gonna do more of like a New World. It's like, so it has two cameras. There's first person and third person over the shoulder, almost like a third person shooter. But for melee combat. And then if you have like a bow, or if you want to, you can aim in, and it will go into first person. That gives you basically dark and darker perspective. So you could switch between like a very close up third person action camera or into first person mode. And I already have that built in. And then I'm doing spatial inventory like Ultima Online and like Dark and Darker have. I like spatial inventory systems because it limits what you can take in and out of dungeons. But I'm gonna have like bag and bag systems. So like the way that it works is you have a backpack and it has kind of like Tarkov. Yeah, inventory Tetris. So the inventory system is almost like a mix between Tarkov and Ultima Online. So like New World or not New World, Dark and Darker, pretty much. Except, so it's not going to be full loot PvP. It's going to be like most of your loot. So anything that you're wearing won't drop. But there's going to be high durability loss on death. So stuff will break. Like stuff will break if you die. And then anything that's in your backpack just falls on the ground when you die. So anybody who kills you or is even nearby could just run up and grab your backpack. Yeah, so the enemies do bleed over. So like an example, and then, well, to finish off the inventory, it's like basically you have a backpack that's spatial, so you have like squares, and you have to, and like one thing is like 4 squares, like 2 by 2. One's like 1 by 4. You know, say like a long sword is 1 by 4. You know, a helmet is 2 by 2. Stuff like that. But then you could get like a bag that you could hook onto your backpack, and it gives you, that has another 8 inventory slots, right? So there's bag and bag system, but your entire backpack, if you die, drops. The only stuff that you don't lose is there's stuff that's going to be a stash that's going to be like 1 by 6 wide, either 1 by 6 or 2 by 6. So you can only hold a certain amount of stuff there, and it's going to be smaller stuff like piles of gold, gems, stuff like that. Anything that takes 1 space is where I want to have it. So that stuff stays with you, because that's also going to be stuff like the extraction system that I'm going to use is going to be static. I'm going to have static entrances and exits. There's going to be at least 4 per dungeon. 4 entrances / exits per dungeon. 2 are going to go to other dungeons, and then 2 are going to go back up to town. And then also there's going to be teleportation scrolls, so you can open up a portal wherever you want. Yeah, so like basically instead of having randomly spawned extraction portals, like you could call in your extraction portal, basically like call in for an extraction. So like Cycle or any other game that does like extractions like that. Being longer, right? Base crit. But yeah, so the portals are basically going to be like calling in for an extraction, and then the dungeons are all going to be interconnected. So like the way that the exits work is if you, so say you're in the sewers, there's going to be 2 dungeons connected. Like the first dungeon I'm building right now is the sewers, right? And then there's going to be 2 dungeons connected to that. There's going to be the goblin caves, and then the mausoleum. So the mausoleum, the goblin caves is then going to have ratmen and goblins, and then it's going to lead to the orc encampment and another dungeon, and then the mausoleum is going to lead to like a sepulcher and another undead thing, and then there's going to be like an interconnected dungeon. So theoretically you could stay in the dungeons for as long as you want and then call an extraction whenever, and you could go from dungeon to dungeon to dungeon. So it'd be like almost how Dark and Darker is multi-floored, except this is horizontally spaced. All the verticality is going to be built into the dungeon itself, and then everything's going to be horizontally spaced, so you could go from like one dungeon to another themed dungeon. So imagine being able to go from item identification. I don't know if I want stuff to be identified on drop, or I haven't gotten that far out yet, because I like the idea of identification scrolls, or like wizards being able to identify magic items, or like crafters being able to appraise and identify items like that, because I do want to have a pretty in-depth crafting system, because eventually I do want to. Right now I'm starting out basically the blank slate for the game right now. Not blank slate, the stuff I'm working on right now is like a Dark and Darker main menu system that you just pick what dungeon you want to start in, and then you go from there, right? But from that, I'm going to build a guild hall that will be, I want to be customizable for guilds. So like a guild will have its own lobby, basically, and then they could jump into dungeons from there, and it'll be like an open, like a mini open world. Yeah, kind of like Tarkov wants to have walking from one map to another. Except this will have like, you know how you red portal down into another, or into like Hell or Inferno, in Dark and Darker. This is going to be like, instead of red portaling down, you walk through a passageway, or you take or use a teleportation scroll that'll take you, like, make a portal to another dungeon. The thing about the teleportation scrolls is, anybody in your party can walk through those, and they last after you go through. so other people can follow you through the teleportation scrolls and stuff. Yeah, so you could stay in the dungeons for like a long period of time. The only reason why you would, the only kind of thing, there's not like any forced extraction method. Yeah, I wish I could play Dark and Darker right now. But yeah, there's not going to be any like closing circles or anything like that, or any forced extraction method. But what can happen is each dungeon is going to have its own system of like debuffs. So the longer you stay in one specific dungeon, so the sewers is going to have disease. So the longer you stay in the sewers, the less effective healing is going to be on you. So like after 15 minutes, like the disease will kick in, and then if you stay in there for like half an hour, it gets like a little bit worse. And if you're in there for like 2 hours, it's going to be really bad. And it's never going to like fully negate healing, but like after, if you're down there for like 4 hours, the healing is like barely going to affect you. So you're going to want to leave. But if as soon as you go to another dungeon and like cleanse your debuffs and stuff, the timer starts over, right? So then there's going to be like in the mausoleum, there's going to be like a necrotic, basically damage over time that kicks in after like 15 minutes. That makes you want to leave, but it'll never really drop you below a certain, yeah, the Pharaoh's Curse. What do I want? Range. So yeah, there's also gonna be dungeon specific items, like there might be like a legendary item that drops in the sewers that like minimizes the debuff for the sewers. There's stuff like that. So there's going to be different builds, like, oh, I want to be I'm going to go hunt, I know I want to go hunt this slime for 30 minutes to try to find this specific thing. It's going to be a contested area, and PvP is going to be on in the dungeon. Let's say you wanted to stay down there, you can equip that. I'm gonna do block strength, because it's getting sketchy. Area cone size. You know what? I need another one. I'm gonna do transfixion. Transfixion is rad, and a lot of people sleep on it. So now I have both of the blood trail things. I don't need to go back to the book to turn the quest in or anything. I just need to get to the last boss. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get the magnet, try to level up a little bit. Oh, what happened? Oh, I beat that wave. I'll get transfixion up. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yeah, so you found it by accident? Yeah, you just gotta follow the blood trail. So if you find the blood trails, don't leave them, because they can disappear, I think. Like, if you walk too far away, I think they disappear. Oh, damage always. But yeah, my ultimate goal for, like, all of the income I make from, like, the channel and all my creative stuff is going into game development. Oh, there we go. There's a magnet. I don't have to go get that one. Oh, 6. Sweet. Now I can go level up that for a second time. To tier 3. Yes, additional projectiles, please. Bird, you having fun? Halls of Torment freaking rules. This game rules. I love it. It's like Diablo 1 and Vampire Survivors all in the same game. There's even like the Butcher. it's great. Yes, please. Oh, I need to kill this guy quick. I hate this dude. Oh, hell yeah. No. I did not time that right. Oh shit, I hit the wall. What you got? What you got? Another one? Oh, I need this. Area cone size. And I'm gonna equip this right now. Yeah, it's super good. 1% attack speed for each enemy killed, up to 50% attack speed. Wind Crown is great. So I haven't really come to a decision on whether I want to do first person or not. If I do first person, I'm going to make some adjustments to the levels. But I'm not sure. I haven't gotten that far. If everybody like overwhelmingly says the first person view is way better than the third person when it comes to testing, then I'll probably switch. Like, I'm flexible that way. And my opinion is always do what the people who are like, if the people, you want to listen to fans and the people who are going to play the game as much as possible without sacrificing the vision. But my vision doesn't really. My vision for the game is based on the gameplay elements themselves versus the visual aspects, right? Like, it's not really about how good it looks. It's not really. I mean, it looks pretty decent, but it looks almost like Dark and Darker. But it doesn't. It's not like, you know, incredible graphics. Yeah. So staying in one place for too long is going to discourage camping, but there are going to be. It's also not like MMO loot tables where certain mobs have like certain, like, they might have a higher chance of dropping better items like bosses, but I'm hesitant to. Oh yes, please. Now this shoots off behind me. This is why I like transfixion. How many of these do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So why didn't I get the thing? Seven, yeah. Why the hell? Oh well. I can just stand here now. I'll move backwards a little bit. Yeah, gameplay is always super important. And you want to listen to players as much as possible without sacrificing your, your vision for the game. Like, Dark and Darker said that they were staunchly against having a solo option, and then they added Goblin Caves and everybody loved it, right? So, you have to do stuff like that. So if, like, the players of my game want first person and think that the third person is kind of cheaty, then I'll probably remove the third person option. The game right now is built for third person, but the adjustment to it's so early on, and the maps would be, it's Death Rose time. Just murdering everything. Attack speed, cone size. Don't judge, but used to play solo as rogue. Yeah, it's great. Well, shit. Do I even need to... I wonder if I could get there's like a quest to not use your main attack for 2 minutes. I'm just gonna go get a magnet. Ouch. Oh, there we go. Just murdering everything. I'm not even using my attack. Transfixion rule. Yeah, Crypts wasn't meant for solo play. I think Ruins is decent for solo play for Rogue. That's why it was so filled with so many rogues with double jump. I wonder if that's going to be the case now that they're fixing the map so you can't get to the top of it anymore. Yeah, the cool thing, so like, it's hard to balance. Maybe I should have waited until I got to level 9 with my... I didn't know if I was going to, though. Oh, need to start using this. Fuck, I fucked up the quest, though. I was probably super close. Well. But yeah, like, they did the more difficult thing. I don't know if I'm going to do a solo map in my game. We'll see. It's not far enough. Need to get to testing before I make any of that kind of stuff, those decisions. I want to be as flexible as possible. Switch to range. Yeah. This is hilarious. Get wrecked, everything. Oh shit. So that's what you see that purple thing that flew down at the boss and he's already half health? That's because I did the blood sacrifice thing. It'll happen again at the next phase. Big. Ouch. I know this is going to be kind of boring, but I'm going to try to beat him without using my auto attack because I'm trying to get the quest done for the needles. Yeah, so watch, a big old purple comet will come down. Take off most of his life. There we go. What up, Solo Bard? Solo Bard, that's Ash, right? From the Discord? How are you doing today? I hope your day has been amazing, good sir. Have I completed that quest yet? I mean, it's done like a bajillion damage. Oh, I forgot, if I do this, it won't attack me. I forgot about this. If you stay like right here and you just dance around and you have high enough speed, it won't attack you. I forgot there's a cheaty mode. Completed! Did I finish any quests? Okay, I got one of the needles. Cool. Awesome. Well, guys, I think that I might call it for the night. Anybody have any questions about the document from tonight? Or, oh shit. Thank you, Gifted. Somebody grab that. Thank you, Nerdy, for the gifted. I appreciate it. Solo Bard, are you gonna take that? Who's the gifted for? But, so, I'm gonna be heading out in just a few minutes. I do want to say, honestly, to everybody who's been here, today is incredible. You guys are amazing. And this community, the Dark and Darker community is amazing. And I wouldn't be able to make this content. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing right now and like live the way I live, and I wouldn't be able to keep doing what I'm doing and improving the stream and doing all that stuff without you guys, without this community. Raptor knows some of this stuff. I've been going through some. He was in Psycho Raptors was in my New World company that I ran for a year and a half. And he was around when I had my cardiac event, because I was playing New World at the time, but he was around when that happened. But yeah, my partner developed some health issues and became disabled and hasn't worked for like 2.5 years, and it's been me supporting our little family, me, her, and the cat, for the past 2.5 years, and it's been a struggle. And you guys are legitimately changing my life for the better and allowing me to do creative things and fun things that bring joy to people, and that's what I want to do. I want to help people. I want to help people as much as possible. First and foremost, I want to help as many people as possible, and if part of that is just by bringing joy to people and doing what I did today, and going over legal documents for 4 hours and playing video games and talking to people and hanging out. If that's some way that I could bring some joy to people's lives, you guys, that's amazing to me, and it's a dream come true. And being able to do stuff like this is pretty incredible. And everything that happened today, I think the chat revenue from today's stream is $453, and that's not even including the memberships. You guys are amazing. Like, you guys are literally changing my life. 2 months ago, I was like literally less than $100 away from ending up having to move back in with my mother because we were struggling paying rent. So, yeah, again, thank you guys. I really, really, really appreciate it. And, I love you guys. I love this community. And I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to improve the stream. After I get off, I'm going to buy a new mic. I'm going to buy a better stand for my camera. I'm going to buy some better lighting so that my face isn't all grayed out. And I want to improve the stream and give you guys as good of content as you guys deserve. And that's happening pretty much as soon as I get off stream. But yeah, and if you guys ever need anything, if you guys need like somebody was talking about how they wanted to start writing, hit me up in Discord. Shoot me a message on Discord, and I'll get back to you if that's what you want. If you want help with it, if there's any way that I could help you guys out, just let me know. That's what I'm here for. Not just to talk about the legal issues, but if you guys need help, like genuine help with anything that I have expertise in, and whether it be writing or like being an author, or I'm new to content creation, but I'll help you with what I know, the little I know. Game development, anything I can help you with, just hit me up. I ran my own business for 11 years, so like, please, hit me up. I want to be here for the community as much as I possibly can. So, yeah, I think I'm going to call it for the night. and kind of soak in what happened today, and talk to my lady friend for a little bit. But yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. I really appreciate it. A whole bunch of love for you guys. You guys are all beautiful. I'm going to be on live tomorrow for sure. I'm going to be on live, especially as soon as like any documentation drops. As soon as we hear that stuff, I'm going to go live and go over whatever we find, and we should have some information soon. But yeah, if you guys have any questions about some TLDR, about what happened today and those documents, hit me up on Discord and I'll give you a quick rundown. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Peace. Yeah, you should be able to. I'll probably be on late, nerdy. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, hit me up